at-large city councilor and the chair of the Boston City Council's Committee on Education. Today is December the 5th, 2023. This hearing is being recorded and is also being live streamed at boston.gov/city-council-tv and broadcasted on Xfinity Channel 8, RCN Channel 82, and Files Channel 964. Written comments may be sent to the committee email at ccc.education@boston.gov and will be made part of the record and available to all counselors. Public testimony will be taken at the beginning, middle, and end of this hearing. Individuals will be called in order in which they have signed up and will have 2 minutes to testify. If you are interested in testifying in person, please add your name to the sign-up sheet near the entrance of the chamber. If you're looking to testify virtually, please email Central Staff Liaison Megan Conovan at megan.kavanagh@boston.gov for the link, and your name will be added to the list. Interpretation will be available today in Spanish, Haitian Creole, and Vietnamese. Interpretation headsets are available to my right near the podium. For those in the chamber using the headsets, Spanish interpretation will be on channel 5, Haitian Creole will be available on channel 4. If you are here in the chamber and need Vietnamese interpretation, please see my Chief of Staff, Luz, and she will escort you to the Atkins room on this floor where the hearing will be streaming in Vietnamese. And I think I just want to acknowledge that, how important it is for people to understand and to be able to be heard in their native language, and how important this is. And I just want to thank Central Staff for helping us make that happen, and for the advocates who made sure that this was going to be accessible to everyone. On that note, I'd like to remind my council colleagues and our panelists to please speak at a moderate pace to ensure interpreters can properly convey your remarks. You see how I'm modeling behavior on such a thing? We have also arranged for childcare in the Piemonte room, which is also on this floor. Please see my Chief of Staff, Luz, and she will escort you. Another point that I just want to uplift and to thank Beja for organizing. Yes, that's right. I know Councilor Flynn does not like any clapping or craziness here on the chamber, but I'm the chair, and so I just want to let you all know that not to get too out of hand, but I do appreciate the love that you are showing, Beja, because this is really what intentionality looks like when we're creating space for people to participate in the process, is really being mindful that there are some folks who want to be here but can't because they have childcare, so that there is a room for that. So shout out to Beja for their intentionality. This matter was sponsored by myself and Councilor Anderson and was referred to the committee on August the 9th. See how long democracy takes to go into practice, of 2023. And today I am joined by my colleagues in the order of arrival. So I am going to, Councilor Flynn, Councilor Murphy, Councilor Breeden, Councilor Louis-Jean, and Councilor Lada. I already mentioned you were my chair, and you already up in the mix. So I just want to start off with opening remarks from my colleagues, and then my co-sponsor, Councilor Anderson, followed by in the order of arrival, and then I'll go with my remarks. So I'll start with Councilor Anderson, my co-sponsor. You now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and boys and girls, I think, right? I don't have my glasses today, so I apologize that I can't even see your faces. Thank you for joining us today for this crucial hearing on the proposed relocation of exam school, John D. O'Brien. Go Tigers, my child. I graduated from the John D. O'Brien, proud Tiger, and here to hopefully discuss this decision that has far-reaching implications to our students, parents, and communities, and it is imperative that we engage in a thoughtful and comprehensive discussion. Our purpose here is not just to examine logistics or the physical move, but also to delve into the broader considerations of process, the impact on parents, of course, and students in terms of the after school as an ecosystem and how our students learn and how we set our kids up for success. In a spirit of transparency and inclusivity, we are here to ensure that the decision-making process leading to this relocation has been thorough, fair, and considers the voices of the stakeholders. We want to understand the community engagement efforts, the criteria guiding the decision, and the assessments conducted to evaluate the potential effects of this move. Furthermore, we are deeply, keenly interested in how this resolution will affect our parents and students, the practical implications, of course, such as transportation challenges, changes in the demographic composition in the student body, and the facilities and resources available demand our careful consideration. Crucially, we are here to explore the equity implications of this decision. Equity is at a core of our educational philosophy, and we need to understand how this move aligns with or perhaps challenges our commitment to providing every student with a fair and just educational experience. So throughout this hearing, we encourage open dialogue, thoughtful reflection, commitment to ensuring that our educational system promotes fairness, accessibility, and the best possible outcome for all the students, regardless of their zip code. Thank you so much for your participation. Welcome to the panelists, and I look forward to our conversation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. And I also want to note for the record that this docket, it's 1367, in order for a hearing on the viability, transparency, and community engagement process regarding the proposed plan to move the John D. O'Brien School of Math and Science from Roxbury to West Roxbury. So just want to note for the record what we're here to discuss. I also would like to give the interpreters an opportunity to make an announcement in regards to the interpretation. So dale, mi amor, en español comienza.
Hello. Hola, mi nombre es Erika Pérez. Estamos aquí para proveer interpretación del inglés a español. Si conocen a alguien que necesita interpretación, tenemos el equipo por acá, o si necesitan testificar, también lo podemos hacer. Hi, my name is Erika Perez, and I will be providing Spanish and English interpretation with my colleague Gabriela on Zoom. So if you know of anybody who needs interpretation, please send them my way. We have the headsets right here. Or if they need to testify, we're also here.
Thank you. And Haitian Creole interpreter, translator is on Zoom. Megan? Okay.
Madam Chair, what's going on with the heat?
I don't know. Dion Irish, they want to know what's going on with the heat. Councilor Anderson says it's a little bit too hot up in here. Everybody's hot, so
It's all the human heat. It's good.
we're here to bring the heat, y'all. We're here to bring the heat. Chief Irish, can you tell somebody about the heat? Because we don't want people fainting up in here. Okay, they're going to take care of that. So, Megan, do we have the Haitian Creole interpreter on Zoom? Yeah, so could the Haitian Creole interpreter please provide interpretation? Okay. All right. While we wait for that, I am going to ask my colleagues in the order, and I also want to acknowledge that we have been joined by Councilor Worrell from District 4. So we'll just go to opening remarks. Councilor Flynn, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to you, Council Mejia and Council Fernandez-Anderson, for bringing this topic to this body for this important discussion. And it's timely, it's important, and also want to say, Council Mejia, thank you for your work, not tonight, just tonight, but over the last several years on language and communication access. It's critical that when we discuss any topic, that we have language and communication access, and also Council Mejia working with central staff and your team providing childcare. So I want to acknowledge Council Mejia and City Council central staff that childcare, especially at this time of night, is important to have. Maybe that's something we can consider doing frequently next year, or at least talk about it during the budget process too. So I want to thank Councilor Mejia and Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. This morning I had the opportunity to visit Fenway High School and visit their special education program, and exceptional program that they have, and want to acknowledge the teachers and the parents and the students as well for the incredible job that they're playing. And obviously this is about the O'Brien School, and I had the opportunity to read a newspaper article maybe 5 months ago about a student coming from, maybe it was East Boston or maybe it was Charlestown, and it took the student maybe 2.5 hours to get there, maybe even 3 hours, and probably the same amount of time going back, 2.5 hours, maybe 3 hours, especially with this traffic. So that student, it would take that student probably 5 or 6 hours transportation each day, which is not healthy. This campus in West Roxbury is almost practically in Dedham, and the current campus of the O'Brien is in the middle of Boston, as this docket clearly states anyway. Been there a bunch of times, but I think there should be a home for the O'Brien, a state-of-the-art facility, and for Madison, but I don't think moving the O'Brien to West Roxbury is the answer. I think it gives students a terrible disadvantage if they're not from that immediate area. And there should be a home for O'Brien somewhere in and around that location where it's currently at, but it should have a state-of-the-art facility in and around the Dorchester area, the Roxbury area, making sure it's accessible to every student in the heart of Boston. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. Councilor Murphy, then followed by Councilor Breeden.
Thank you. Thank you to the chair and the two sponsors. So I've been vocal, everything these past 2 years. My first term here on the council, I share how I feel on things, not always what people think is the best politically correct thing to do, but I put out a press release after this was talked about in June, again in August, and then in October. And in June, on June 13th, when it was first announced, I did state, if you hadn't seen it then, that the John D. O'Brien School has been a resource in a particularly beloved school community for our families in Boston, especially our black families, for generations. The former Boston Tech longtime original home was in the heart of Dorchester, Roxbury on Warren Street, where it attracted technically minded students from every background across the city. It was then displaced by Boston Latin Academy and moved to the unused part of Madison Park High, and the school was never provided with its own campus, despite many promises over the years. The O'Brien school community deserves to be finally treated with the respect and care it has earned. That means renovating or building a state-of-the-art 21st century campus for the O'Brien that is centrally located in the city, so that the students and families of Dorchester and Roxbury who have built the O'Brien into one of the very best public high schools in America are able to easily access it and remain the driving force behind its continued success. Boston and BPS have plenty of buildings and sites to choose from that would not radically disrupt the O'Brien's long-standing connections to the neighborhoods, families, and businesses that make it thrive. We can do right by the school communities of both the O'Brien and Madison Park, but not by using the OB once again as a pawn or a puzzle piece in a larger master scheme. On October 4th, and I applauded then, and will tonight again, Councilor Mejia and Fernandez-Anderson for using your roles as the Chair of Education and Ways and Means, respectively, to ask city employees like those from BPS and transportation departments to appear, which we are tonight, before us to answer questions. As a governing measure specifically designated to exact more information that we can use to take action and improve our city, and in this case, seeking optimal educational outcomes for our students. So I'm happy we're here. The John D. O'Brien was a giant in the annals of public education in Boston, the city's first African-American guidance counselor in the city, the first African-American elected to the Boston School Committee in 75 years, and the first African-American vice president at Northeastern University. The school named in his honor warrants, as I said back in June, and again now in December, not to be used once again as a pawn, but to be able to have a home, state-of-the-art, and to and I'm just happy to be here to hear from the O'Brien community directly and from the administration to see where do we go from here, but to make sure that I'm uplifting the voices of the O'Brien community through this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Murphy. And I'm going to go next to Councilor Breeden, followed by Councilor Louise-Jean.
Thank you, Councillor Mejia and Councillor Fernandez-Anderson for sponsoring this hearing this evening, and thank you to everyone who's taken time to come in and talk about this important subject. For me, I'm the District Councillor for District 9, Alston-Brighton, and when the decision to move the O'Brien to the West Roxbury campus came down, the first comments that I heard from parents and students and former students of the O'Brien were, you can't get there from here. Accessibility is a critically important issue. It's not just about taking a shuttle bus at the beginning of the school day and taking a shuttle bus back in the evening. Parents need to be able to go to teacher meetings during the day. If a student needs to go home early, they can't rely on, we don't have good public transit connections to West Roxbury. I think the estimated time to go from Oak Square to the West Roxbury campus using public transit is somewhere in the region of 2.5 hours, 2 to 2.5 hours. The other question, the other issue really is, you know, the West Roxbury Education Complex was closed precipitously 5 years ago because of the state of the place. They said it needed to be bulldozed, basically demolished, because it was in such bad a repair, and the structure of the place. So my question is, what has changed? The resurrection of the West Roxbury Education Complex needs some explanation. And the other issue really in this whole process is just the lack of consultation. The parents and the students heard about this plan without any significant degree of public consultation. So there are lots of questions, and I hope this hearing this evening will answer some of those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Breeden. Councilor Louise-Jean, followed by Councilor Lara.
Thank you, Chair Mejia, and to Councilor Fernandez-Anderson for this hearing. I'm glad to see so many community members here. I am such a big fan of more citywide schools, centrally located citywide schools. I think they're, if nothing more, a great way of bringing our neighborhoods together, a great way of having folks from everywhere from East Boston to Roxbury to Mattapan to Charlestown get in one room and break down barriers and get to know each other. And so I want to see us have more citywide schools, and I want them to be centrally located. Now, the West Roxbury campus is not centrally located, and I think the biggest issue is one of transit. And so I'm here to hear from the administration. You know, I think that if we can build a world-class engineering facility, there are not enough labs, there's not enough space in the current O'Brien School to really help our kids meet and exceed their expectations. So I believe if we can build an engineering school, a math and sciences school that is worthy of worldwide acclaim that our students deserve, I'm on board with that. I'm happy to see the O'Brien family here and centered in this conversation as we think about that legacy and as we think about having them centered in this conversation. My understanding is that they were consulted with this decision and have been a very integral part of thinking about what our students deserve. And the fact is that all of our schools, right, with the exception of a handful, all of our high schools need a lot of work when it comes to ensuring that the facilities are one that affirm the dignity of our students. And I think in the imagination process, imagining what that looks like, if we can get it done in a facility and provide rich transit options to our kids, then I want to see us do that. Or if we have to go back and really, bring community along and figure out how we build an O'Brien that helps us meet the needs of our students in another location, that should be on the table too. I know that the administration, before this was brought out into public, worked diligently on this, and so I'm excited to hear from the administration about the thought process, and I'm sure the community is also excited to hear about the thought process as to why the West Roxbury location was chosen. So thank you again to the chair and to the sponsors, and I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Lara, followed by Councilor Worrell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for sponsoring this hearing. I want to echo the gratitude for all of the accessibility planning around this hearing. Because this hearing is happening in the evening, I had to bring my son with me, and I didn't know that there was going to be childcare available, and now he gets to benefit from that. He's hanging out in the childcare room. And so I think it's just a perfect example that when you're centering the needs of the people who most need it, everybody wins.
That's right.
So thank you, because now Zaire is playing with his toys, and I get to be here at this hearing with you all today. As the counselor that represents West Roxbury, when I first came into public office, I had my first meeting with Mayor Wu, and we talked about what my goals were for the district and what my goals were for the neighborhood. And one of the things that I heard the most when I was on the doors running for public office from a lot of the younger families in West Roxbury was that they didn't have a school in West Roxbury. There was not a high school that they could go to that was walking distance where they felt that it was a high-performing school that they could send their children to. And so when I met with Mayor Wu, what I said to her was West Roxbury needs a high school. We need to invest and rebuild the West Roxbury Education Complex. Needless to say, this was not the intention or the request that was made to move the O'Brien School from the place where it is at the heart of the community into West Roxbury and displace that community into a place that isn't centrally located was certainly not my vision for what was happening, what would happen with the West Roxbury Education Complex, and that is the reason why I'm here. I think that one of the things that the city of Boston doesn't do very well is that we don't really listen to the customer when we're making decisions. And the customer in this instance are the families and the students at BPS. And they're sending us a very clear message. I'm here today to listen to that and be as helpful and supportive as I possibly can throughout this process and while I'm still here on the council. So thank you again for all of you for taking time to be here. Thank you for making sure that families and working folks could bring their children to be here today, that there's interpretation available for everyone, and thank you for all your work.
Thank you. Councilor Worrell.
Thank you, Chair. And if I knew there was going to be some childcare, I would have brought baby Elias. But thank you for your continued advocacy for making these spaces accessible to all of our community. And thank you to Councilor Fernandez-Anderson and you as well as sponsoring this hearing today. On June 20th, 2023, over 200 students, parents, and educators voiced their rejection of this proposal. The proposed relocation raises serious transportation concerns. Estimates suggest that the average student would face an increase of 75 minutes in travel time on the MBTA. We must consider the practical implications of this, including the MBTA's current hiring difficulties, a nationwide bus driver shortage, long-term financial and environmental costs, and the worsening traffic congestion in our city. The John D. O'Brien School of Math and Science stands as one of Boston's most diverse exam schools, with a student body comprising approximately 2/3 Black and Latino students. The diversity of Roxbury offers these students and their families cultural, responsive support, a wealth of resources, and invaluable services. Our students currently thrive in this environment, and relocating the school could have unintended consequences and provide a transportation barrier for those students to overcome if they want to attend. Before we move forward, I believe we must conduct a comprehensive facilities plans such as a plan that should assess the racial demographics of the area, ensuring that our decisions support an inclusive and welcoming environment for all students, parents, and educators. And once a district-wide facilities plan is released, we will know what the best use of West Roxbury Education Center should be. I have an enormous amount of concerns about this plan and the allocation of funds to renovate the facility. And as the members of the Boston Cities Council, it is our responsibility to prioritize the needs of our students, parents, and educators. Decisions of this magnitude should not be made without a thorough, equitable community engagement process. And I believe that we must give more thought around the shift and renovation, and I believe we should direct our resources towards building more school infrastructure within Black and brown communities like District 4. Thank you. I'm looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Councilor Burrell. And I'll just be brief with my opening remarks because we have a lot of work to do here. So I'm really excited that this is my last hearing as the education chair, so that I get to end my time as in this role with a bang. I started off my career advocating fiercely for folks around education equity and making sure that parents, particularly parents of color, have a seat at the table. And as a BPS graduate and a BPS mom, and as someone who survived the busing era, I was shipped from Dorchester to East Boston, where I ended up dropping out of high school because every morning I had to commute from Dorchester to East Boston to go to school out there, and that was a long journey for me. So I ended up dropping out, and I went back, and I ended up graduating from Dorchester High because I'm a Dorchester girl, right? So I say all of this is because when I think about moves and I think about how we decide that we want to do what we believe is the best for people, we forget that the people really do have a voice and a say in what feels right to them. So when this came to me, I was really alarmed that the process had already started without the voices of the parents, particularly the parents who were dealing with, who were going to have kids who were going to be in the age demo that they were going to be uprooted from their community. And for those folks who understand gentrification, I see this as school gentrification. You're displacing people and creating further hardship for folks to be able to participate actively in their children's educational outcomes, right? So all of those things as a parent are the things that I'm keeping in mind as we have this conversation. But what I find to be the most alarming in it all is the fact that it felt to me very much like things were being done to us without us. And so when I was asked to host a hearing, and like I always say, I know who I'm here to serve, I said, absolutely. Let's put together an opportunity for people to have a voice, to be able to get things on the record, to work alongside the administration so that we can understand better what their engagement efforts were, and where are the opportunities for us to repair the harm. Because if we're really serious about seizing these moments, we have to look at restorative justice practices as a way to repair the harm. So my hope is that this hearing is not just going to be an opportunity for us to hear and shake our heads, but the question is always for me is, what are you going to do with what you hear? You're not just here to listen, you're here to respond and to act on what you've heard. And my hope that this experience here will lead to just that. So with that said, and because I am all about making sure that we lead with community, I'm going to open up the floor for our first, we're gonna do 3 public testimonies and then go into the community panel. So I believe that Dr. O'Brien had asked to, did you sign up for a public testimony? Yeah. Yes. All right, so, yes, sir. Dr. O'Brien, followed by Lisa Guzbond, and then Casey Leonard. Okay, so no, he's not a panelist, he's public testimony. But sorry, I gotta give everybody the same. You see that mic over there, Dr. O'Brien? That's your mic. Because I don't want all the public testimony thinking they're just gonna sit up in here, okay, Flynn? I'm the chair, okay? Doctor.
I do appreciate it, though.
O'Brien, you have 2 minutes and the floor.
2 minutes, that's all?
You hear public
Yes,
testimony.
all right. Well, first of all, thank you, Council President Flynn, and thank you, Councilor Mejia and Councilor Anderson Fernandez, and all the members of the City Council for hosting this important hearing. Thank you, Mayor Wu and Superintendent Skipper, for exploring this capital commitment to a new facility and campus for the John D. O'Brien School of Math and Science. As was mentioned, my name is Dr. Richard O'Brien, and a proud alum of the O'Brien class of '82. I'm also a parent of a proud O'Brien student. And as many of you know, my brothers who are here, and I are proud sons of John O'Brien, the school's namesake. Boston is not what it was, and it is not yet what it can be or will be. This opportunity speaks to the future of what the O'Brien and Madison educations has the potential to be. Now, I had written out a long script, but the thing that I just want to say is that statistics show that parents will do whatever they have to do to get their child a good education. Every morning, 3,000 of our children leave our community in Metco to go to communities further away, less diverse than West Roxbury, and sometimes more hostile to our children. When I spoke to parents, I asked them, if Buckingham, Brown, and Nichols asked you, do you want a scholarship to our school, but you have to get your child there, would you turn down that scholarship? Those of us from O'Brien High know what O'Brien High has to offer. And it's on the level of some of the best schools in this state. And if a parent wants to get their child to O'Brien High, they will get them there. Transportation is not the issue. We can make it the issue. Transportation is not the issue. And for those of us who live in Roxbury, Dorchester, Mattapan, we can't fool ourselves. Our communities are changing. And if you make it seem like Roxbury is what it used to be and Dorchester is what it used to be, then you're not paying attention. Now, this is an opportunity to improve the opportunities for the students that will be going to O'Brien High for years to come. And we have to do what's in the right and best interest of getting our students a good education. Doing nothing is not a solution. Doing nothing is not an option. Everybody who's involved in politics knows it's the politics of possibility, not the politics of perfect. And you have to do and work with what you got and what you can make happen. All these dreams about a new facility somewhere else in the middle of the city of Boston is a pipe dream. We know how Boston's property values are and the challenges there are to build in Boston. Yes, I'll wrap up, Counselor. I apologize. I got off my script. But I just want to say to you all that when people ask me, what would your dad say about this? I'll tell you what he would tell me. He would tell me, make a decision based on your time, not mine. And when we were with him, we went to South Boston, we went to Charlestown, and people attacked us. And I asked my father, why don't these people like us? He said, don't worry about that. He said, this whole city is yours. West Roxbury is Boston. Don't make it seem like it's another country or another state West Roxbury is as much Boston as every place else. And we have a right to it just as much as everybody else does. Thank you, Councilor Mejia.
Thank you, Dr. O'Brien. I appreciate your remarks. I'm going to move on now to another legend in the city of Boston, and we all know we have Suleika, I believe, that is going to be reading into the record a statement from our beloved Jean McGuire, who was unable to be here with us today, but we wanted to make sure that her voice was read into the record. Suleika, you now have the floor.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Counselor. I'm going to be reading this on behalf of Jean. All right. I served with John D. O'Brien on the elected Boston School Committee. He was the first Black man elected, and I was the second Black woman elected to the school committee. It was important that the John D. O'Brien School of Mathematics and Science was named after him and located in Nubian Square. This school has the highest proportion of Black and Latinx students of any exam school in Boston. Moving the O'Brien out of the Black community and into West Roxbury would change its character. Shuttle buses will not prevent that. Moving the school will defeat its purpose. It's also resegregating the Boston schools again. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I also want to acknowledge that we have been joined by my colleague, Councilor Coletta. I'm going to, Councilor Coletta, if you don't mind, you could do your opening remarks when you have questions, if that's okay. I'm going to move on to one more testimony, and this one is a video statement that's coming from researcher Katie Wade James. And Ethan, if you don't mind queuing that up. And then we're going to move on to our panel and then ask the administration, whoever has to leave the earliest, to come on down. All right. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Katie Wade Jaimes, and I'm an assistant professor of STEM education at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. My research focuses on racial equity in STEM education, including examining the role of STEM schools, particularly in urban areas. In particular, my research has explored how STEM schools in urban areas serve as mechanisms to funnel resources away from students, families, and communities of color and towards students, families, and communities of white people. My work has demonstrated how school boards and districts, under the guise of promoting STEM, have diverted resources, including historic buildings, qualified teachers, lab spaces, and advanced technology, to schools that are designated as STEM, and then set barriers in place, such as transportation, to prevent students of color from accessing these resources. This is often done without informing or receiving support from local communities. In one school I studied, parents of current students were notified at the end of the academic year that the following year, the school would be a STEM school and their students would not be able to attend. At another school, students, parents, teachers, and community members showed up in droves to oppose the conversion of their school to a STEM school with entrance requirements, but the school board and superintendent ignored this input and proceeded to convert the school anyway. In both of these cases, the school board cited declining enrollment as the motivating factor for the conversion, but in both cases, enrollment stayed constant or even dropped a little after the school was converted to a STEM school. However, the demographics of the schools changed dramatically as they went from serving predominantly students of color, families with lower socioeconomic status, and students with special needs, to serving predominantly white middle-class students with no identified special needs. When this happens, not only are resources diverted away from populations that have been historically and are currently excluded from STEM fields and careers, the very meaning of STEM becomes diluted. In my work, students and teachers alike struggle to identify what makes a school a STEM school, even as they work or attend one. What is currently happening in Boston with the proposed change in location to the O'Brien School of Mathematics and Science is an example of exactly this. Moving the school away from a community that has supported the school, as well as away from the STEM resources, such as community STEM partners, that have made this an authentic and successful STEM school, will only continue this pattern of excluding students of color from meaningful STEM engagement and will contribute to the erosion of STEM education. In this way, no students in your school district will truly benefit from this move, and neither will STEM education as a whole. I hope you will consider this larger context in your decision and support STEM education for all students. Thank you.
Councilor Flynn must be really mad because all this clapping that's happening in his chamber. All right, so we're gonna, I'm going to now invite our community panel to begin, and then I think Dell or Chief Irish, I'm not sure which of you have the earliest stop, but I'm going to ask you to join whoever has to go first to come here to sit alongside the community panel, because you're gonna have a moment to interact with each other. So either Dell or Chief Irish. Okay, so Amparan Lakishme? Ay, Dios mío. Correct me.
Hi, my name is Aparna Lakshmi, and I just want to let the chair know that our total community panel time is 20 minutes. It's not quite divided 5, 5, 5, 5, but it's total 20 minutes.
Okay, so you want me to keep track of that then?
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. We have some slides going at the same time while we're talking on the community panel tonight. So as we're talking, we do have some visual aids. So thank you to Ethan for that help. That's really appreciated. Good evening. My name is Aparna Lakshmi. I live in Roslindale, and this is my 10th year teaching history at the O'Brien. As a history teacher, I'm going to begin tonight with a little history lesson. The mayor has proposed relocating our school to the westernmost corner of West Roxbury. Mayor Wu has said that the Rec is a beautiful campus and needs to once again become a citywide high school. But West Roxbury High was never intended to be a citywide high school. In 1975, Mayor Kevin White announced plans to build a new high school in West Roxbury without consulting the school department or the elected school committee. West Roxbury residents had been pushing for a neighborhood high school, and Kevin White intended to give it to them. But when Judge Garrity's desegregation plan was released in 1975, the city was ordered to integrate the new West Roxbury High, and students were bused there from all over the city. Throughout the 80s and 90s, the district used yellow buses to bus kids out to West Roxbury High. This is the same plan that district officials want to try again. But there was a reason why busing students out to West Roxbury High failed. And as you will hear from tonight's community panelists, it simply does not make sense to build a high school on the site of the old West Roxbury Education Complex. Let's start with transportation, because the district's transportation plan to get kids out to VFW Parkway is full of holes. Let's take an 8th grader coming from East Boston. The plan is for yellow buses to run from Maverick Station, the station closest to the rest of the city. First of all, I don't believe it will take only 48 minutes in Boston traffic to get from Maverick Station to West Roxbury, but let's say that it does. If our 8th grader is coming from Orient Heights, it's going to take him much more than those 48 minutes to get to school in the morning. And what if he wakes up late? The yellow buses will leave at 6 a.m. and again at 6:15. How will he get to school if he leaves the house 10 minutes late? And what if he has a dentist appointment? Does an 8 a.m. dentist appointment mean he's going to miss a whole day of school? Or what if our 8th grader gets sick in the middle of the school day? How is his mom going to come pick him up? There's no yellow bus running from East Boston to West Roxbury in the middle of the school day. Is he just going to sit in the nurse's office all day? What makes our current location so important is that students and families have multiple transportation options throughout the whole day. Moving our school to West Roxbury will increase tardiness, absences, and truancy. It'll decrease parent engagement and communication between school and home. Perhaps the biggest problem with the city's yellow bus plan is that yellow buses are expensive. You'll notice that in the district's recently released transportation plan, there is no mention of cost. What's it going to take to bus kids out to a location that's almost in Dedham every single day for the next 50 years? That's a huge expense in both dollars and carbon. And cost is why the city stopped using yellow buses to get kids to the West Roxbury Education Complex back in the 2000s. Remember, they were busing kids to West Roxbury High in the 80s and 90s. They stopped in the 2000s because of cost. Those yellow buses were replaced with a shuttle bus route that ran from Forest Hills to the school in the morning and back again in the afternoon. The reality is that busing will once again get too expensive, and so the district will cut all these bus routes again, just like they did before. The flat reality is that 1205 VFW Parkway in West Roxbury never made sense for a citywide high school. It's not near a single transportation hub. It's at the westernmost edge of the city. It's not a sensible location for BPS high schoolers, 50% of whom live in East Boston, Roxbury, and Dorchester. The city does have many sensible options for what to do with the old West Roxbury Ed Complex. As we can see from the district's own 2018 publication, West Roxbury families wanted a K-8 in that location, a very sensible idea given the high demand for seats in West Roxbury's K-8 schools. The district claimed that DCR's ban on yellow buses on West Roxbury Parkway was an obstacle to building a K-8 on the site. Now the city is proposing a transportation plan with extensive yellow bus service. Let's go back to what Westie residents wanted in the first place, a K-8 school. We also have a housing crisis in our city right now. The West Roxbury Education Complex is right down the street from the VA hospital. We could rebuild the wreck as veteran housing. It would not be the first time. Roslindale High, Jamaica Plain High, the Oak Square School, the Barnes School, all of these are housing today. The Rogers is being rebuilt as housing as we speak. Veteran housing in the old Westie High makes sense. There are other options for what makes sense to do with the old West Roxbury Ed Complex, but we're here tonight to discuss the O'Brien. And our school absolutely needs a renovated state-of-the-art campus. But the rec is not the only location that could offer this to the O'Brien. In the district's report on alternative sites for the O'Brien, they offer only 3. The Timilty, the Water and Sewer Lots, and the Campbell Resource Center. Now, compared with those 3 impractical locations, it might seem like the West Roxbury Education Complex is the best location for the O'Brien. However, Annam Architects was not asked to assess whether our current site could support a state-of-the-art campus for both Madison and the O'Brien. It's clear that revitalizing our current site is a much better option for OB. In July, when the draft Madison redesign proposal was published, all the options left buildings 3, 5, and 6 available for another school. That's up there on the screen. When O'Brien stakeholders met with city official Tolly Robbins in July, we pointed out that buildings 3, 5, and 6 were available for other use. Robbins informed us that the final proposal would be ready at the end of August. When the final draft of the Madison redesign proposal was finally released, not in August, but in October, strangely, buildings 3, 5, and 6 were no longer earmarked as available for another school. Interesting. Mr. Louis Elisa has clearly stated that the Friends of Madison Park do not want to displace the O'Brien, and that their discussions for the past year have been about expanding Madison Park vertically, not horizontally. So let's return to the initial vision for redesigning Madison Park and see what's possible for the O'Brien. In a few minutes, you're going to hear from my colleague Mauricio Reyes, and he's going to discuss alternatives for how the O'Brien can continue to thrive. Thank you.
All right, y'all. Get it out of your system. Next, are we going to go next to Mauricio, or who do you want to pass it to?
If it's possible to go next to Mauricio, that would be great. He's on Zoom because he has COVID, but he's still trying to testify here tonight.
Okay. All right. If Mauricio is available and ready to go. And we're sorry that you have COVID, but we're happy that you're still here with us.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can't see you yet.
Mauro, we can't see you yet.
There we can see your name, Mauricio, but we can't see you.
Mauricio, can you turn your camera on, hon?
He's like, no, I have COVID. I don't want you to look at me. Mauricio, you don't have to turn on your camera. You could do it just your voice. We know that you are here. And okay, there we go, Mauricio. Dale.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mauricio Reyes. I live in Roxbury, and I graduated from the O'Brien back in 2016. I'm currently an assistant superintendent at Suffolk Construction, working on projects that have included MIT Schwarzman, Winthrop Center Tower, which is the world's largest passive house, the highest global standard for LEED in overall energy sustainability, and Children's National Research and Innovation Center in DC, the old Walter Reed Center. From working in other buildings as an engineer, I can for certain say that it's both feasible and more cost-effective to rebuild our current location for both Madison Park and O'Brien. If we wanted to create a state-of-the-art campus for the O'Brien right now in Roxbury, we could renovate Building 3 and totally redesign Buildings 5 and 6 by reinforcing the foundation and then building 3-story buildings where we currently have only 1 level. We would need to expand the current O'Brien parking lot into the community space, and the adult education program would need to move to the Tumulty. Another location for the O'Brien is the Old Cleveland. The building would need to be renovated, and Community Academy of Science and Health would need a new home. But that is currently an underutilized BPS building located right next to the Field Corner Station and a stone's throw from UMass Boston. Redesigning our current campus or moving us to the renovated Cleveland would be cheaper in short term and long term, and it would preserve the character and demographics of the O'Brien. On a personal note, during my time at OB, I loved being exposed to Wentworth and Northeastern, schools that were more for engineering, and all the college partnerships that were possible because of OB's location. I got my first internship through OB at Dana-Farber, where I was exposed to civil engineering, and I'm still in contact with them, helping Dana-Farber's upcoming workforce development class. Being exposed to all the local colleges and university gave me an intrinsic belief that college was the next step for me. From having pickup soccer games behind my school to eating at Northeastern's food court after games, to walking around the ongoing construction at Wentworth, I felt comfortable with the idea of college. It was also easy to connect with Bottom Line, an organization that supports first-generation students through college. This was right off the Orange Line in Jamaica Plain, and I also connected my younger sister the following year to this organization, and as well to OB. She has since graduated and is in her final year at Columbia University over in New York. Luna, my younger sister, is currently in 6th grade, looking forward to the exam that she actually took today, that will hopefully place her at OB. Unfortunately, conversations have already been had in my family that if the school moves to West Roxbury, we cannot follow. It would really hurt to see Luna not go to the O'Brien just because someone decided to move a perfectly placed school to the middle of nowhere. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mauricio. Hope you feel better soon. Okay, so want to go next. You still have 10 minutes and 32 seconds.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Rahul Donda. I'm a resident of Dorchester. My older son graduated from the O'Brien last June. My younger son is an 8th grader, and both are black young men. I do believe everyone here shares some common ground because we all want the same thing, the best outcomes for the students at O'Brien. You've heard many voices on all sides of the debate, but we have yet to discuss the assumptions used to justify the proposal, which appear to be unexamined and untrue. The mayor and her team assume that building a new facility in West Roxbury will advance the mission of the O'Brien and the success of its students. Further, they assert that facilities should emulate suburban schools to be competitive. The data on all of these topics demonstrate that these assumptions are false. Let us begin with the key elements of an exclusive STEM school, which actually, if we can put the slide up, you'll see a number of those. Those who study inclusive STEM high schools have converged on 10 criteria for success, as seen on the slide, which lists 10, I'll name a few of them. A move compromises 4 of them. One of them, which we may think is, we might argue as being a benefit of...
Sorry. Could we get the slide on the screen, please, Megan? Thank you. Ethan, I don't know if you can hear me, but if we could put the slide up, that would be great. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No.
You still got, I'll give you back your 30 seconds.
Okay.
There you go.
One of those criteria, while some might argue that one of these criteria, integrated innovative technology use, would improve in West Roxbury, the OB currently has access to the most advanced laboratories in the world due to its location in Roxbury. Additionally, there is no reason why building advanced labs cannot occur in Roxbury or another neighborhood centrally located in Boston. There are no resources in or near West Roxbury to match Longwood Medical, Vertex, Northeastern, MIT, or Wentworth, to name just a few. These are continually improving through revenue, government grants, and multi-billion-dollar endowments. Cures for diseases, incredible breakthroughs, and Nobel Prizes originate in their halls. OB is already close to these facilities. Being close to the VA hospital is great for veterans, but not for research and innovation. There is a reason Boston Latin is frequently in Harvard Medical School labs. It is literally next door. Two other STEM school success criteria, college-level courses, and partnerships with innovators fall under the same criticism. Today, OB students take actual college-level courses at colleges within walking distance. In Roxbury, partners and opportunities are at students' doorsteps. The further away, the less access. Think about your own commutes to work and how you manage extra activities in your day. How much harder is it to do something extra when it's already too far to do what is necessary? The logic is very obvious here. In Roxbury, our school is part of a STEM ecosystem. You can see the cluster of opportunities if we advance to slide 2 that we have today versus the proposal for tomorrow. Ethan, if we could advance to the next slide. Thank you. The top right there is the cluster surrounding the O'Brien and the centers that we work with. The bottom left is the equal distance surrounding West Roxbury. None of these facilities are there. I want to shift now to the most critical component, the scholars we are nurturing at this school and their future success. A move to a new facility in West Roxbury will certainly not improve the likelihood of future success, and it very likely will diminish it. The definitive study on careers in STEM, measured by salaries and patent filings, shows that the critical factors for success are either being born wealthy or being consistently proximal to innovation outside of school. Clearly, the equitable and controllable approach is to focus on the latter. This study explains why suburban schools may appear superior, but it is not the schools themselves. It instead is living alongside tech employees in neighborhoods, which is more common in white suburbs. This is the reason why white students tend to outperform black students by 3 times when it comes to innovations and salaries in STEM. If the concentration of tech workers is not in a residential neighborhood, then the exposure to innovation needs to be more constant through other avenues, namely the partnerships that are already in the O'Brien's neighborhood. We need to remain close to these institutions and have more frequent interactions to approximate the environments of Lexington, Newton, and other suburbs, not reproduce their schools. The definitive study I'm citing, if we move to the next slide, you'll see the title of it. The definitive study I am citing is tragically named Lost Einsteins because it captures how much innovation our country has lost and how much opportunity certain communities have lost due to misunderstanding how STEM thrives. The proposed move actually creates the exact opposite effect that we all want to see. Our students will innovate less and earn less in the future. One might argue that as long as someone scores well in high school and gets into a good college, that will make up for it. That is also not true. The study found that students in the same colleges succeeded in their careers based on their lives before college. Put another way, if one student grew up close to innovation and another did not, even if they both went to MIT, the one who was closer to innovation will earn a significantly higher salary than the other. Finally, I want to talk about my personal experiences building STEM companies. I have founded 3 companies in biotech, and I have learned that building a diverse company gets more difficult when the company is placed in a white neighborhood. We need to stop bringing communities to STEM and instead bring STEM to communities. It's why innovative products neglect entire populations. It's why we lose more Einsteins and concentrate wealth and success in the same neighborhoods. It's why I located my current company in Dorchester instead of Cambridge. It's why Governor Healey's office and Mayor Wu's office recently attended the groundbreaking of the Bioversity Initiative in Dorchester, a training center to bring STEM to those communities and create greater access. In this case, the city of Boston took the right position, keeping STEM in a central location, accessible to all. I don't know why they would reverse course for the O'Brien. I'm going to hand the mic over now to Mary Matero, who is a recent alum of the John D. O'Brien and a current student at UMass Boston. Mary lives in West Roxbury and has some concerns about moving our school there.
Thank you. I'm Mary Matero, and the summer of 2017, if you told my 12-year-old self that the O'Brien would be moving into my neighborhood of West Roxbury, I would have thought it was good news. Having lived in West Roxbury my entire life, the prospect of attending a Boston public school in another neighborhood and using public transportation made me nervous. However, after spending 6 years at O'Brien and graduating in the class of 2023, I realized that the location is part of what makes OB such a great school. My parents and I were happy that when we learned that I would have the opportunity to attend OB. However, it was odd that not many kids in West Roxbury attended OB. In fact, I didn't know anyone who attended. Almost all the kids in West Roxbury who attended an exam school went to either Latin or Latin Academy, and the reaction of some of my neighbors to my attending OB was not exactly complimentary. There were comments about it being in a dangerous area, and some even had the audacity to say that they would not send their kids to the O'Brien as it was in Roxbury. Some people we knew even turned down an OB acceptance, opting to send their kids to high tuition private schools if they were not accepted to Latin or Latin Academy. Of course, this was complete BS. Having attended OB for 6 years, I can confidently say that the negative comments came from ignorance and prejudice. The people making these judgments had never been to my school, or I'm convinced Roxbury itself. The community I encountered at O'Brien is the reason I am here today. OB is an incredibly diverse school, and I made friends who lived all over the city, giving me the opportunity to travel all over Boston. I've grown and changed so much since I started at this school, and I've always been accepted by my peers. I don't want this community to be lost with the displacement of OB. O'Brien is a special place. We are 88% students of color, 60% low-income students, 50% students from families whose first language is not English. We have partnerships with dozens of local community organizations, colleges, hospitals, and laboratories. Students stay after school for clubs, sports, and academic support, and they travel back home to every neighborhood in Boston. When I said going to OB helped me make friends all over the city, I meant it. I knew people from East Boston to Mattapan to Rosendale. I have family members who claim to be Bostonians to their core, but they could not tell you how to get to Nubian Square. The location of OB is what makes the diversity and partnerships at our school possible. Relocating OB would have brought the school physically closer to me, but it would have pushed the rest of Boston further away, taking away opportunities for my friends and making my experience much less rewarding. Asking students to go from East Boston to West Roxbury every day, even with shuttle buses, is ridiculous and offensive. It eliminates any opportunity for students to participate in sports, clubs, or internships simply because they won't have time. We will be sacrificing so much, losing the community, and making it inaccessible for all students throughout the city. Moving the school is displacing a community, turning the OB into a whole other school. Before the school committee votes on the proposal to move O'Brien to West Roxbury, it is vital that the families have a chance to rank their 3 options we presented tonight. A, redesign the current site in Roxbury. B, renovate the Cleveland and move there. Or C, renovate the WREC and move there. We welcome the opportunity to meet with the mayor and superintendent. We are saddened that they did not come here tonight, but we welcome the opportunity to discuss these issues with them in a public forum, a town hall meeting at the O'Brien, or on WVU or WGBH. Finally, we thank the City Council for the chance to present here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. All right. So I want to thank the community panel for not just your testimony, but bringing so much heart and perspective into the conversation, because oftentimes we get lost in the shuffle, and I really do appreciate the historical context, the workforce development, the human aspect of it. I think that this is what we need more of inside this chamber, so thank you for modeling that. And I do want to note for the record that we worked really hard at making sure that, we created space for the superintendent to be here, but we just couldn't sync our schedules. But I did ask her to have a voice in the space out of respect for the community. So I would like to, in the spirit of doing just that, read her letter into the record so that at the very least you all know that she is at least sending a statement. Okay, so I'm going to read that into the record. Then I'm going to ask the administration panel we have questions from. I'm going to ask my colleagues if you have questions from the community panel, and then transition over to the administration. So it states, December 5th, 2023, Dear Chair Mejia, members of the Boston City Council Education Committee, and community participants. Thank you for holding this important conversation about our proposal to build a new campus for the John D. O'Brien School, while also renovating and expanding Madison Park. This proposal is a key part of a larger commitment to improve our ecosystem of high schools across Boston and ensure all high schools have access to academic rigor, strong partnerships, college, career, and pathways, and state-of-the-art facilities. Today, we are focused on the needs of the O'Brien community. The O'Brien's signature STEM programming is limited by its current facilities. Many science labs don't have working water or gas, and the facility's physical constraints have prevented the community from growing. Today, the O'Brien 7th and 8th grade are half the size of the upper grades because of limited space. The O'Brien is a wonderful, inclusive community with brilliant educators. Building a new state-of-the-art campus for the O'Brien would allow the students' body to grow, connecting more Boston students to a world-class STEM education. Space and resources for new labs, maker spaces, and fabrication labs would mean more opportunities for students to enroll in existing and new STEM pathways. We believe the West Roxbury Education Complex provides a unique opportunity for the O'Brien to have a true STEM campus of its own, surrounded by some of the best athletic facilities in Boston. This proposal is not without its challenges, and we are committed to developing a robust transportation plan so that the students from every neighborhood can continue to be fully participants in the O'Brien community, including for sports and after-school activities. Regardless of location, we need to understand more about the needs and vision for the future of the O'Brien School. This is why last month we began a programming study to work with O'Brien students, staff, and partners to envision a state-of-the-art STEM program. We look to a holistically at the needs of the school community to understand what learning spaces we need to support the high-quality student experience we want for the O'Brien community. Members have asked us to look at potential alternative sites, and we will continue to evaluate all possible options as we ask the community to dream big about what they would want to see in a world-class STEM campus. I look forward to hearing your feedback from today's session. Thank you for your continued engagement in building a proposal that will best serve current and future O'Brien students and families. Sincerely, Mary Skipper, Superintendent. So I just want to read her letter into the record. And so for me, I don't know, like, I appreciate Superintendent Skipper, and I do appreciate you stating that you believe West Roxbury Education Complex provides a unique opportunity, but I believe this hearing provides us with a unique opportunity to see all of the options that are at the table. And if we're really serious about honoring community voice, this is an opportunity for us to repair broken trust and the harm in terms of really believing in community. So I'm really excited to ensure that what we do here today will really set the tone for how we're going to move forward. So with that, I'm going to ask my colleagues in the order of arrival to ask questions briefly, because we do have a administration panel that has a hard stop, and we need to make sure that at the very least we have them while we're here, unless you guys are willing to allow us to have the community panel go to our administration panel and have my colleagues ask questions of everyone, if that's okay. Just in the interest of time. Is that okay?
No, we want to hear from everybody.
Yep, so
this
great.
is the opportunity.
So then come on down, the administration. You're the next contestant on the Hearing is Right. So make your way down. The Price is Right. All right. And we're going to set the timer. So since there's 3 of y'all, that's going to be 15 minutes instead of 20. Yep, thank you. All right, so we're going to begin with Chief Irish. Does that sound good?
Yes.
Okay. And Chief Irish and I went to Dorchester High, so we graduated in the same year. Yay, Chief Irish, go. You now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, all the members of the City Council and members of the community. Really appreciate hearing from everyone tonight. I think it's important that everyone is heard. As Councilor Mejia mentioned, my name is Dion Irish. I'm the Chief of Operations of the city. I've been with the city for 28 years. The mayor's not here, but her team's here. I'm representing the mayor's office today, along with my colleague, Tali Robbins, the Deputy Chief of Policy. In my role as Chief of Operations, I oversee the Public Facilities Department, and that's the city's construction management arm that executes the city's multi-year capital plan. My team works closely with BPS's capital planning team on long-term BPS high school investments and other investments, including the West Roxbury Educational Complex proposal to move the O'Brien there, as well as the Madison Park. I have to say that I mentioned 28 years with the city. This is a very proud moment for me as a Dorchester High alum, as someone who played sports in White Stadium, to be a part of an administration that is so committed to investing in our public schools, as I've seen decade after decade conversations and not action. So no proposal is perfect. I think it's great to hear feedback, and it's a proposal, but I think it's important to understand and underscore the mayor's commitment to not just talk, but action. So the mayor is committed to investing in the O'Brien, in Madison Park, and in all of our school facilities. And this particular proposal, we think, would strengthen high school programs within these 2 schools. At the same time, BPS is developing a district-wide long-term plan to improve BPS facilities and learning spaces. These investments are long overdue. In the last 40 years, we've only built 10 schools in Boston. We're investing in foundational tools to be able to accelerate the work, and the O'Brien and the Madison Park are 2 of the early projects that will set the foundation for investing in high schools citywide. The O'Brien, as been said before, has been promised for many times a home of its own, and this proposal to rebuild the West Roxbury Educational Complex is an opportunity to build a state-of-the-art campus that fits science, technology, engineering, mathematics, along with excellent athletic fields. So at the same time, this proposal allows Madison Park to regain some of its footprint on the Malcolm X Boulevard campus and build out a modern technical vocational facility that will prepare our students for high-quality technical careers right here in Boston. I'm going to stop there, and now I want to hand it off to Del Stanislaus, who is representing the BPS's team. She's the Chief of Capital Planning for BPS.
Yeah, and before we do that, I just want to note for the record that this hearing is not about whether or not O'Brien deserves a state-of-the-art STEM, because I think we can all agree that it does, right? So I don't think that that is the case, and I also want to note for the record that this isn't whether or not Madison Park deserves its own full place. So I want to make sure that while we're centering this conversation, that we're centering it on what we're here to discuss, which is the community engagement process, what we believe community has to say, and the role that those who are key stakeholders in this process bring to the table, and how we can repair that harm. So Del, just out of respect, as you continue with your remarks, just want to make sure that we center here that whether or not West Roxbury is the place or not, or that the O'Brien is deserving of it, is not what we're here to discuss today. So just want to make sure that you are prepared for that before you begin.
Thank you, Councilor. Good evening, everyone. Thanks, Chief Irish. My name is Del Stanislaus. I am the very proud parent of the most cheerful, adventurous 11-year-old, a proud BPS graduate of the Jeremiah Burke High School, and a Boston resident. I also have the pleasure of leading the capital planning team at Boston Public Schools. I'm really excited to speak with you about the proposal for the O'Brien moving to the West Roxbury Education Complex. As an alumni and a BPS employee of the past 11 years, I want to echo Chief Irish's statement that we find ourselves in a unique and exciting moment. The long-term investments in Boston Public Schools falling under what we call the Green New Deal for BPS is about accelerating BPS construction and renovation projects that families have been waiting for decades. For some context, and as Chief Irish shared, we've built only 10 new schools in the past 40 years. The mayor and superintendent made a commitment to accelerate this work, and with the council's partnership, we significantly increased the city's own capital investments in our facilities. In spring of 2022, we committed to 15 new projects. This includes projects where we were delivering on commitments from past administration, as well as new projects. We've broken ground on or close to finishing 4 projects. 5 projects are either in the programming or design phases, and we look forward to starting more projects next year. Alongside our city partners, the Boston Public Schools capital planning team is close to completing a long-term facilities plan for the district. I want to be clear, this is not a specific plan for each of our 119 schools, but the long-term facilities plan contains new data and tools to accelerate this work transparently, urgently, and equitably. In my role as the Chief of Capital Planning for the district, this is the first of its kind for the district and shows a commitment to the entire BPS ecosystem. Now focusing specifically on the O'Brien. I want to clarify where we are in this process. So far, we have completed a feasibility study of the West Roxbury Education Complex, which looks at the potential to renovate and redesign the building and its potential to fit a generic high school program for up to 2,000 students. The concepts that some of you all have seen at open houses or online community meetings are used to give an initial analysis of what is possible in the space. It's an assessment of the practicality of a proposed plan. This feasibility study was not yet specific to the O'Brien, so the next steps in the engagement process is to work with O'Brien students, educators, and families to map out the state-of-the-art STEM program we would build for. We began that programming study last month. This proposal is to build a new campus for the O'Brien, is an opportunity not only to grow the O'Brien student body by 400 students, but also to expand its programming. The O'Brien currently has 3 specialized pathways in computer science, biomedical science, and engineering, but the current facility holds these programs back. Biomedical and computer science currently don't have labs. Many O'Brien students have told us that while they attend a STEM school, their facilities don't reflect that STEM focus. To get a spot in these pathways, students must lottery into the programs, each of which have wait lists. For a STEM high school, these opportunities should be abundant, not limited to all students. Building a new campus for O'Brien is an opportunity to build a state-of-the-art lab spaces, maker spaces, fabrication labs, and to consider new STEM programming, such as environmental science, drawing on the fields and wetlands that surround the West Roxbury Education Complex for project-based learning. And the recently renovated athletic fields provide the space for student athletes to practice and grow on one campus. We believe that the West Roxbury Education Complex provides a unique opportunity in Boston, an opportunity to build a truly world-class STEM facility in a beautiful setting. The O'Brien community has long deserved a home of its own. More than 3 decades ago, when the O'Brien was moved to what was then called the Madison Park Annex, the community was told that the location on the Malcolm X Boulevard would be temporary. For more than 3 decades, the O'Brien and Madison Park have shared a campus, and the facilities have held both school communities back. We believe this is a unique opportunity to build 2 beautiful state-of-the-art high schools for 2 wonderful school communities. Over the summer and fall, we hosted several tours of the West Roxbury Education Complex with O'Brien students, families, staff, and alumni to begin to hear from the O'Brien community members the ideas for a redesigned space. These conversations are continuing through the programming study. Throughout the engagement so far, we've heard a range of feedback about the proposal. Excitement about the potential as well as concerns. The main concerns we've heard are related to transportation and preserving the diversity and culture of O'Brien. This feedback has helped us develop an initial transportation plan, which is posted online. We have committed to running direct shuttles from neighborhood hubs across Boston directly to the West Roxbury Education Complex. These shuttles will run several times throughout the afternoon and into the evening to allow for full participation in sports and after-school activities. We mapped out these shuttles based on the O'Brien current student body. Based on student addresses, we calculated average travel times. The direct shuttles make travel times comparable to what students experience now using the MBTA. From door to door, we estimate that the median travel time to the West Roxbury Education Complex would be approximately 40 minutes. For comparison, when we look at 10 citywide BPS high schools, median travel times range from 25 to 52 minutes. Students in some neighborhoods would see faster commute times than they see now. This includes Hyde Park, Mattapan, Brighton, and the area around Forest Hills. We also recognize that travel times would increase for students in some neighborhoods. But with direct shuttles from Maverick Square and Haymarket, students in East Boston and Charlestown would still have safe, reliable transportation to and from school. It's incredibly important that students from all neighborhoods continue to have full access to the O'Brien, and we will continue refining the transportation plan to make that possible. With our city partners, we have also begun conversations with the MBTA about expanding commuter rail services with a new station on the Needham line, which runs right past the campus. Conversations with the MBTA and MassDOT have been very productive so far. It's incredibly important to all of us that the O'Brien remains a diverse and inclusive community. The current exam school admission policy was created to ensure we not only maintain but increase the racial, socioeconomic, and geographical diversity at the O'Brien and our 2 other exam schools. The policy ensures that seats at the O'Brien will be distributed evenly across each socioeconomic tier of Boston. That means that the O'Brien student body will, by definition, remain geographically and racially diverse. We want to be thoughtful about how we engage both West Roxbury and Roxbury communities in this process to ensure O'Brien students feel welcome. The ONS liaisons have been great partners in this work so far. We've also benefited from conversations with alumni of the former West Roxbury High School who represented every neighborhood of Boston to understand the experiences on campus. Our Bryant and Boston Tech Alumni Steering Committee and our other engagement groups will help shape this process. We still have work to do, and we look forward to continue working alongside the community to develop this proposal. This will be a multi-year project if approved by the school committee. After the programming study, we hope to begin design of the new campus in 2024. Construction could begin in early 2025, but the exact timeline for construction will be determined as we finalize the design plans. We look forward to this conversation today to hear your feedback and answer questions and clarify this process.
Thank you, Del. I just want to know for the record that you took all of Telly's time, but so you got 38 seconds to finish that up. Go.
That's all right. My name is Tali Robbins. I'm the Deputy Chief of Policy in the Mayor's Office. I work very closely with Chief Irish and Chief Stanislaus. I won't add anything to those remarks, but I look forward to the conversation, and thank you for having us here.
No, I was just joking. I was going to be, you have anything to say?
I'll wait. I'm happy to participate in questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I'll save my question. I'll save my comments for my question time. But I just think it's really interesting. Some of the things that I heard about the intentionality of community voice. But if the issues are about transportation, I'm thinking about learning loss. I'm thinking about, the financial hardships for families. That if they miss the bus, like. All of those things, participating in parent council meetings. I have not heard a plan for that. And I still think that if we're really serious about meeting this moment, our mayor would really think about equity in terms of the whole scope of equity. And I feel like we have an opportunity to do things differently, and I'm hoping that we can get there. I'm gonna go to my colleagues in order of arrival for questions. Of course, with my lead sponsor, the co-sponsor of this very important hearing, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. You have 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I knew you were going to say that, so I'll ask all of my questions at once and then take up my time in questioning, and then you guys can answer. Chief Irish and panelists, thank you so much for being here. I wanted to address a few different sections of, I guess, or different issues that I think may arise in terms of relocating O'Brien. Transparency and inclusivity, community input, decision criteria, how did you get to that? Transportation, of course, huge concern, student body composition and how you guarantee to do that equitably. Facility and resources, equity considerations, mitigating disparities and community resources so that we can ensure that we are creating a holistic school environment or ecosystem of school environment. And so my questions are, first, in terms of transparency and inclusivity, can you outline the process that led the decision to relocate the exam school from Roxbury to West Roxbury? Second question, were community members in Roxbury actively involved in decision-making process? And if so, how were those perspectives considered? And can you please lay out the process itself? Was the Roxbury representative, that would be me, included in this process? Thank you. You guys are a great crowd. By the way, if you're uncomfortable in those seats, I always have to tell you that these seats are more comfortable. You see how they look relaxed and comfortable? And I got the temperature down. So thank you, Chief Tarish. And so the questions go on. My third question, was the Roxbury representative included in your process in order to support community involvement and engagement? How was that done? What other areas of alternative locations did you explore? And the second part of that is community input. What steps were taken to gather input from parents, students, and other community stakeholders in both Roxbury and West Roxbury, and what were the difference? Were there public hearings or forums where concerns and opinions were both from both communities could be expressed? And then for decision criteria, what specific criteria were used to determine West Roxbury as the new location? And were potential impacts on the communities considered in terms of decision making? Can you provide information on any study assessments conducted to evaluate the potential effects of the relocation? as well as alternative locations. What are the alternative locations? What was explored, if any, at all? I'll stop there for the other questions because I know that's a lot, and I'm happy to repeat any questions that I've put on the floor.
And before we answer, this is probably why there's so much, I just want to be really super mindful that I really want you all to focus on the questions, and because the timing is really short, and be really intentional with kind of making sure that we're addressing the questions. Sometimes we go on and on and on with these back and forth, so it's really hard for us to just make sure that within the limited of time that we have. So I'm just going to ask you all to be super mindful of the allotted time that you have and just make sure that we get to the answer. So thank you. I'm going to go back to the time.
Thank you, Councilor. I can start us off and then I can pass it.
Outlining the process that led to decision-making to relocating it.
Yep. So as part of the Green New Deal announcement in the spring of 2022, the Madison Park High School was announced as a high school that would receive a gut renovation, and another announcement that was made as part of that announcement for the 15 schools across the district was maintaining the West Roxbury Education Complex as a comprehensive 7 through 12 high school. At that time, it was just named as a comprehensive high school. O'Brien was not named or a part of the conversation. As the team...
When was that, sorry?
The announcement is in spring of 2022. That was the initial announcement where 15 projects was announced under the Green New Deal for DPS.
Remember what month?
May of 2022.
Thank you.
Yep. After that announcement, the Public Facilities Department, Dion's team, the mayor's office, and colleagues at BPS started working on the vision for Madison Park High School. As they started working on the vision for Madison Park High School and started thinking about not just the vision for students at Madison Park, but how to create a community hub, how to create Madison Park not just as a high school, but also a community hub, and think through expanding access to adult education. This is where the proposal this is where the thinking started coming in as creating a comprehensive vocational technical high school in the heart of Roxbury, and also creating that space as a community hub where community would have access to those spaces, also expanding our adult education, thinking through expansion of our adult education program on that site for the Madison Park High School. That's sort of where the thinking and the proposal started, the thinking started coming together on the O'Brien. Do you want to share?
Sure. Yeah. So as Chief Stanislaus mentioned, around the same time, we started thinking about a feasibility study for the West Roxbury Education Complex to think about how to rebuild that as a comprehensive...
Sorry, around the same time. What time was that?
It was announced in May of 22. I believe the feasibility study started late that year. I'm not sure exactly when, late in 2022. It was really only after Superintendent Skipper started her tenure at BPS that we started thinking about what school or schools could thrive in a renovated West Roxbury Education Complex. For a couple of reasons, including the reformed exam school admissions policy. The conversation sort of sharpened around the possibility of an exam school there, specifically because the exam school admissions policy would ensure that that the student body remains a diverse.
Sorry, did you say the possibility of an exam school in West Roxbury?
Of an exam school moving, of one of the current exam schools moving to the West Roxbury Education Complex.
You considered all three?
There were conversations with many different high school leaders, former high school leaders, high school administrators. When the O'Brien potentially relocating became sort of an idea, we invited members of the O'Brien family to tour the West Roxbury Education Complex space to sort of consider the possibilities. And when the mayor and the superintendent made the proposal public in June, that was really the beginning of a community engagement process. So we've had...
when was that, sorry?
June of this year, June of 2023. So that was the initial proposal being made publicly. We've had 5 open houses at the West Roxbury Education Complex since, which gave opportunities for current students, potential future students, and families of younger students, as well as O'Brien teachers and staff to tour the space and consider the possibilities. And as Del mentioned, that community engagement process will continue through the programming study, which just kicked off.
So you decided that it needed to be moved and then the community process started?
We made the proposal public so that we could continue the community engagement process.
One of the issues here, so please answer, I guess, the rest of the questions that I had.
I'm going to speak about what alternative sites were considered.
I'm going to start the alternative sites consideration, and Dion, I'll pass it over to you to go on.
I mean, I guess the part about community engagement is still not answered. Like, how many forums, workshop, well, whatever did you do? Where were they? How many people attended? Which ones were parents? Which ones were teachers? Which ones were your own administrative people? I know that I attended one, and half of the Zoom was administration representatives, and then I asked people to raise their hand to figure out which were actually parents or students or teachers, and it came about less than half of the people in the Zoom, and then the comment section was muted. There was restrictions on people making comments. It wasn't actually engaging. It wasn't actually transparent. It was restrictive. And please tell me, was there another meeting that took place after that, and was it different?
So,
I mean, before you get into specifics, I just want to emphasize that this is a proposal, and it was always understood that once we made the proposal public, that it would launch lots of engagement opportunities. Like, I view this as also another one of those opportunities, but between when it was first announced and like today, there's been lots of other things that have been done, and so Del, if you could just talk about those things.
Yep, I can walk
Does a
through some of
proposal
the...
mean that the decision is not final pending community engagement?
That is correct, and this, the
Have you
proposal is not
finalized
final.
your community engagement process?
We have finalized some of the community engagement process, not all of it. Like right now,
Which ones?
Where our team is working with the Public Facilities Department, and we're in the process of finalizing like our community engagement process through the programming study that our team is like currently working on with the O'Brien students and teachers and the O'Brien community. So far, we, however, have completed 7 tour/open houses for the O'Brien community at the West Roxbury Education Complex, 3 alumni meetings, and 1 the largest Zoom.
Sorry, 7 meetings at the West Roxbury?
Yes.
I didn't understand her. And then how many at the O'Brien?
There was only 1 full teacher meeting with all of the faculty at the current O'Brien location.
Ouch. Okay, so that's the community process, or half of the community process?
And currently, we're engaging in collaboration with the Public Facilities Department.
So O'Brien has 6 to go?
There's going to be, so right now, as part of the programming study, the Public Facilities Department is engaging the O'Brien community on campus.
But you had 7 meetings in the West Roxbury. Sorry, Madam Chair.
No, I'm sorry. I just really want to be, because we have folks who have a hard stop at 8, and we still have 7 other colleagues to go. So if you don't mind reserving
I'll wrap
some
it
of
up now. Thank you,
Yes,
Madam
thank
Chair.
you.
I'm so sorry. You had 7 meetings at West Roxbury. The school, the students, the parents, the teachers that are impacted, you had 1 meeting with them. Will there be 6 more meetings with John O'Brien?
The meetings that we held at the West Roxbury Education Complex was a couple of different things, not just to update the O'Brien community on the work that walk them through the proposal, the reason why it was proposed, walk through the transportation plan, but also to tour
Will there be
the
more
facilities.
meetings at John O'Brien?
I'm going to, just for the record, just because I really want to be mindful of the fact that we still have other colleagues that have to go. I really do appreciate the back and forth, but Councilor Anderson, I really want to be respectful of the process, and I want to be mindful of my colleagues who are also waiting, and we have a hard stop.
Can she answer the last question?
And then that's it.
Can she answer the last question?
Yes, as part of the process, we will continue to engage the O'Brien community.
How many meetings?
No, that's it.
How many meetings? How many meetings?
We will update, I will update your team on the number of
So
meetings.
Del, what
that
we're
the-
going to do is put it on the record that the administration has to provide us a solid answer of how many,
I will follow up.
and we will
on the
make
number
that
of
information public, because you guys want to know what the process is, right? So we make a commitment to making sure that whatever information we have, we share with you all. Okay, thank you. And we're going to have another round, so if this is what, I'm going to just note for the record, this is one of the things that is so incredibly
Hard.
disappointing, is that when we host a hearing, the community stays until the end. And I understand that people have things to do, and I appreciate that, but it's really difficult for us to have a conversation when we're always having to be under a timer that does not allow for meaningful back and forth. And so because we have to operate under these constructs, right, it's really difficult. So I'm going to ask everyone to just be patient with the process, but also understand that it is not fair for us to host a hearing and to then expect the administration to be here. The hearing is until 9 o'clock. Having a hard stop does not feel right in terms of the process.
Unfortunately, Counselor, I just want to, just for the record, I am not well, and also I have a sick son at home, so unfortunately I am going to have to
I
leave
understand,
at 8
I
o'clock.
understand.
And I also want to add that I've been at plenty of hearings and I've stayed until the very end, so I don't think that it's a fair statement.
And I
I'm
also
saying
want to
right
note
now,
that as well.
what I'm talking about is right now, this hearing. And I'm talking about, this is not the first time that I've chaired a hearing, and it may have not been you, Chief Irish, but it is a norm with the administration that a lot of the things that we host, we either have to work within the constructs of the administration. And it's not you all, you just happen to be the ones hearing it right now. And I know you have been here later and other times, but right now, it's just really difficult. So I'm not gonna occupy too much more of that space. I'm gonna go straight to my other colleagues who have been patiently waiting. And I'm going to ask you all to be really specific with your questions, and I'm not gonna give you all 7 minutes. I'm giving you 3, because I have everyone to get through. And that's it, 3.
That's fine.
Okay? Councilor Murphy, you got 3 minutes.
No, I think it's Councilor Flynn, but.
Councilor Flynn,
Yep.
you got 2 minutes. That's
Thank you. Can you talk about the transportation plans, independent studies on transportation that were studied prior to making a decision to move O'Brien to West Roxbury? What was the studies, the transportation studies? What did they say for students going from East Boston, from Charlestown, from Dorchester? What was these studies? What did they say?
Thank you for that question, Councilor Flynn. So when BPS and the city was looking at the option, and O'Brien was named as as part of the proposal to move, there's a couple of things that the Transportation Department looked at. The Transportation Department looked at where students were pulling from across the city and identified 9 hub stops across the city that students would have access to get transportation to and from school. 9% of the students and this analysis was done on the current student body at the O'Brien. 9% of the student body that's currently attending the O'Brien is pulling from East Boston. As part of the analysis, the proposal was that students would have access to and from a hub stop daily to the to the West Roxbury Education Complex, and then there would be shuttle buses that would move to and from the West Roxbury Education Complex to the Forest Hill T Station.
Oh, wait 1 second, because we have 1 minute and 10 seconds. Councilor Flynn, do you feel like that answer gives you, do you have another question? Because I want to make sure that we get through, and I feel like I'm not going to allow this to just keep, do you feel like you got what you need?
I think so. I think so.
Yeah, second question.
I just would add, I live in South Boston, and I go to West Roxbury frequently to the VA Medical Center. And from South Boston to the medical center, which I probably go once a week. In traffic, it probably takes me at least an hour and a half to get there. But I don't want to be disagreeable. I don't want to be disrespectful. I respect your position. But I think it needs to have further studies by transportation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, President Flynn. I appreciate your grace, just because we have a lot of colleagues here, and I want to make sure they all get their questions. Councillor Breeden,
Oh, wait, no, don't forget me.
Oh, well, I forgot about you.
Oh, wait, or is it, yeah. I think-
All right, because Councillor Murphy, you now have
Thank you.
2
And
minutes.
to follow up on that, I was going to make a comment. Thank you again for being here, and sorry you're not feeling well, and your son. But we were in a hearing last time because, you were in the transportation role before this role in facilities, and I held a few hearings, but one of the biggest concerns I have is the money we spend on our transportation, $140 million, and 22,000 kids around our bus. And at the hearing last year, I know we're in a better place, but not in a perfect place yet. Of the 22,000, 40% of our students were not being picked up on time or dropped off on time. That's 8,800 kids each day. And we know that most, and many, especially at the high school age, and I know we're going to allow yellow school buses for high school kids in this case, if that is the transportation option, but that they just do not, it's not reliable. And many families have to kids have to miss a whole day, or they miss work, or they have to make, plans with other families that then cost them money. I hear time and time again, and I know my colleagues have said this also, that parents are, putting their kids in Ubers or doing things they wish they didn't have to make sure that they do get there on time. So to rely on an already failed transportation system to get our kids to a school using the same system that we know already isn't working is something I'm concerned about. Also, the 40 minutes, I was going to comment too. As an at-large city councilor, I go to West Roxbury from Dorchester often, and 40 minutes, I would be so happy if I could get there in 40 minutes. So, and that's when, so it's, I don't know, it's just not believable to me. So I would love to see those studies. So if we could even get copies of those studies would be great. Also, quickly, I understanding the name, the family. As the granddaughter of the Richard J. Murphy School, I understand that it's something that you're very proud of, and we want the best for it. I was in the first kindergarten class back in 1974 when the Murphy School opened. I was in classroom 116. Several years later, I was a kindergarten teacher in the same classroom, thought that was so wonderful. And there were several times during the school year where the bathroom above would open up and fall into our classroom. So I understand, and I know we have many conversations about the extreme need for many of our buildings, if not all of them, to have facility upgrades, but not at the cost of communities feeling as though their voices aren't heard. So thank you for sharing, and I know that we're just at the beginning of continuing these conversations, so thank you. That was my speedy. And one thing, I won't read it at all because I've run out of time, I think, but also that article when Jeff Riley, because we know we are still under close watch from DESE, said that this plan was half-baked at best, mentioned not just the costs that it would be for the city to do this, but also the fact that none of the stakeholders were included in the conversation and feeling. So that's an article, if you haven't read, or those conversations with DESE, feeling as though that many people, if not all, felt blindsided, and that how are we going to get the $1 billion to renovate Madison Park, and then the close to $400 billion to refurbish, if it would probably cost more, but if it's that much. So that's important to just put out there too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. All right, let me go back to my list before I mess it up. I think it's Councilor Breeden, followed by Councilor Louis Jean. Councilor Breeden.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. I've just had one question.
Councilor Murphy, Councilor Mejia.
Oh, so beg your pardon. That was the. Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Thank you, Councillor Mejia. It is late. the parent Raul Danda just spoke about the importance of, or the incredible opportunities that the present O'Brien site offers in terms of proximity to a large number of hospitals, lab facilities, research opportunities that are very close, almost within walking distance of the current site in some cases. I just wonder, in terms of the transportation plan, will the O'Brien be running shuttle buses to those opportunities, like back and forward to medical centres and labs, and it seems like that's another layer of transportation that we're not considering.
Thank you for that question, Councillor. And that was part of the consideration, to run back and forth shuttle buses from the West Roxbury Education Complex to Forest Hills and/or partnership programs for the O'Brien. So the goal of this, a part of the conversation, was to maintain the current partnerships that the O'Brien have, and thinking through ways that we can maintain the current partnership with transportation access, and also expanding on the current partnerships that the O'Brien School currently has in place.
Because I think just to echo some of my colleagues' comments already, I had to go to the Faulkner Hospital, which is just not about a mile away from this location, mile and a half maybe. It took me an hour and 20 minutes yesterday to go from here to the edge of West Roxbury, about a mile and a half from this location. So it seems like the estimates. I really think we really have to look very closely at the travel times that have been talked about, and I just feel that the proximity to these incredible lab facilities, that's an asset that we are removing ourselves from if we go to West Roxbury. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Breeden. I'm going to go now over to Councillor Louise Jen, followed by Councillor Lara. You have 2 minutes. You have the floor.
Thank you, Councillor Mejia, and thank you to the administration for being here. I have a few questions. Let's see how many I can get to. One, I'm on the website right now regarding transportation and the transportation plan. Some, I think, Adele, you read them. It's a plus or minus depending on the neighborhood. There are some savings in certain neighborhoods based on this plan, and there are some neighborhoods that will, where the travel time increases, from Upham's Corner, from Nubian Square, from East Boston. I also think it is worth looking at a comparison of the current demographic, like who is going there from where. I think when you mentioned the percentage of students coming from East Boston and what that will, what the real-time effect is. Now, I'm not saying that the goal here might shift. Maybe the goal should be, how do we attract more students from East Boston, or do we get more students from Mattapan, where it's closer, as a result of this? I think that those need to be part of the conversation. But something that I often ask this administration, I think it would be good in these meetings to sometimes insert real-time video footage, or have mock shuttle bus runs for community members and for people to participate in, to see in real time, what would it actually experience? What is the experience of being on a shuttle bus from Maverick or from Oak Square or from Upham's Corner, and doing those dry runs with community, so that you can see, or we can see, either the veracity of what you're saying, or the challenges and the comments and the critique, those are being upheld. And I think that should really be a part of this process. I want to underscore what Dr. O'Brien stated, that I really do believe and agree that world-class, we were providing our students the world-class education, we will find transit opportunities. And I'm wondering, part of this is about the commuter rail and seeing if there can be a dedicated line, a dedicated stop built out for this campus, wondering where those conversations are.
We've had several extremely productive conversations with the MBTA and MassDOT about the possibility of opening a new commuter rail station right there on the Needham line, as you say, that goes right past the campus. They have indicated that the concept is feasible, and we're actively exploring it. We're working closely with the MBTA team to think about possible timelines and cost estimates, and to really flesh out that proposal.
Commuter rail every hour.
Yes, and so the 1A line, I've been advocating for it to be to increase it runs in my backyard, and we need the commuter rail to be more frequent. Chair, I think I may have heard, I asked one question, but can I just, I want to read these into the record, and whichever ones you can get to. So another, and I think this has been articulated by community and by a lot of folks, is how do the demographics potentially shift? Is the school then subject to neighborhood capture in West Roxbury? So what data have you used to model potential demographic changes at the school? Specifically, how might those demographic changes, how might they change given a less central location? Do we have data from staff at the O'Brien to understand the potential teacher retention challenges if the school moves locations? And then, and this is a question about O'Brien, but generally, while we understand that this decision was made before the development of a master facilities plan that was a requirement of the BPS systemic improvement plan, when will we have a long-term master facilities plan that outlines major capital projects? I think that this is your shop, reconfigurations, mergers, and school closures.
So you could answer one of those and the rest will be put on the record.
And if I'm asking, if I get to choose which one, I think the demographic changes for me, what models and what data have we used to think about what demographic changes, because I care about all of these questions, but that to me is...
I can kick it off and if you want to take any parts of it. But modeling specific data, we haven't modeled specific data, but one of the things, as Tali shared as part of the comments that she was making, is while thinking through and assessing like what school would move to the West Roxbury Education Complex, the reason why the exam school conversation came up and like which exam school we should think about shifting there is because of the current exam school policy that the district has in place to ensure, and the current exam school policy would help to ensure that we maintain the current diversity of the O'Brien School through the exam school process.
The only thing I might add just briefly is that the feasibility study of the West Roxbury Education Complex looked at the possibility of siting a school there serving up to 2,000 students. Right now the O'Brien is right under 1,600, so there is the possibility to think about new seats, particularly at grades 7 and 8, which are currently about half the size of grades 9 through 12 at the O'Brien because of limited space in the building. So it might be an opportunity to bring more Boston youth, and particularly 7th and 8th graders, into the O'Brien.
Thank you, that's great. I'm going to move on now to Councilor Lara, followed by Councilor Worrell.
Thank you, Chair. How much time do I have?
Everybody has 2 minutes because we have a hard stop and I have yet to ask my questions.
2 minutes, okay, great. So I am not going to ask any questions because I feel like my council colleagues have asked a lot of the questions that I think are of concern to the council, but I do want to point out a couple of things. As a BPS student, and please let me know if I go over my time and I'll try to be as direct as possible, both as I'm going to talk first as a BPS student. When I went to the Burke, which is your alma mater, I was temporarily living in Revere with my brother for a while I was in school. I went from having a 4.0 GPA and having straight A's to failing my sophomore year because I was traveling from Revere to Dorchester, and because the 111 was late every day, and I showed up to school and they had a locked door policy and they wouldn't let me in and they marked me absent so much that they failed me for attendance because of how far I was traveling. Now, I understand the sentiment that parents and families will do whatever it takes to get their children to where they want to go, but that's not the reality. And I think I have to be honest with all the respect and reverence that I have for all of the people that are here, particularly for Dr. O'Brien, it's completely tone deaf. It's not realistic to all of the barriers that parents have to face. Like, I was not attending school because my family didn't care about me. I was living with a 30-year-old brother who also had his own family and needed to get to work, and I needed to figure out how to get there. We are not considering any of that when you're having that conversation. Now, as a BPS parent, I have a 7-year-old. Again, with all of the respect and reverence and the trust that I have in all of the work that you've done, particularly for BPS transportation, it takes my son 40 minutes to get to Jamaica Plain from Rosendale every day. And that's not to mention when the bus is late, and it's not to mention when 2 months ago you lost him and he didn't get home until 7 p.m., right? These are like the issues with the infrastructure that we have in BPS around transportation alone, to me, makes this just completely impossible to get to do any part of the plan that you're outlining when it comes to transportation for the school. I understand that the admissions policy is gonna, there'll be limited changes in terms of the makeup of the school. I'm not concerned about that. And I also share I share less of the concern about the community. I actually have faith, being the counselor that represents West Roxbury, and how that community would be accepted there. And that doesn't mean that we should do it anyways, right? That doesn't mean that the school should move there anyways. So I want to say one last thing, because I know that I'm going to be running out of time. I seldom don't have an opinion about something. I think that we overcomplicate things here on the city council, and more often than not, the things that are put before the council, before the school committee, and before the administration, it is very easy to know what right is from wrong. I came into this conversation with a neutral posture about whether or not the O'Brien should go to West Roxbury, because as the counselor, I wanted to make sure that if this community did come to my district, that they felt welcomed and that they felt wanted in that neighborhood. And there has been a very small amount of times when I have come to a city council hearing and had my opinion completely swayed in a different direction. And that has happened here today. There's nothing neutral. The school shouldn't go to West Roxbury. And I think for me, that is a reflection of the lack of engagement for families. It's a lack of reflection. It's a reflection of the lack of forward thinking when it comes to this plan, and impact when it comes to the plan. But I also think that you're not making a compelling case for why the school should be there when there are so many other options left for the family. And so I have a very short time here on the council, and it's very limited to what I can do. But I have to leave to take my kid to his bedtime. And I wanted to say this on the record. Please consider me a supporter of you and your families. I will do whatever I can as a council member, and then after the council member, whether it be attending school committee hearings and speaking against this move, just consider me a supporter of yours, because I think that the impact of this is going to reverberate throughout the city, and I don't think that we are ready to make this move yet. So I want to thank the chair for giving me my time, and I'm going to excuse myself.
Yes, Councilor Worrell, this is why I'm reminded why I belong in this chamber every day, regardless of what people think or feel or say. Because it is really hard to speak truth to power and to be courageous in moments when your people put you in positions to speak on their behalf. So I just want to thank Councilor Lara for bringing that truth into this chamber. Councilor Worrell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the administration for being here and the community panel that spoke. First, one of my questions is around the assessment. What comprehensive and documented assessment was conducted to evaluate the feasibility and impact of relocating the O'Brien? And I want to just throw these other two questions around this. Is how do you look at space, and what criteria did you use? And could you provide any insights into the specific factors considered in the assessment, such as educational outcomes, which we heard, our community panel speak about the, 10 different STEM factors that go into creating a productive STEM curriculum. So, such as educational outcomes, community integration, and potential disruptions to students' academic and extracurricular activities.
Councilor, I think that question is speaking to the process that we're going through currently with the O'Brien community, doing a programming study to really understand everything that's needed in order for us to have a state-of-the-art STEM school wherever it is. That's a little separate from just the spatial and like the physical assessment of the West Roxbury Educational Complex. What we did initially was look at that complex to see what condition was it in, what space was available, would it be able to fit a X number of students based on a generic program, but knowing that we would still need something more specific if you were to really design a school. And just understanding the challenges that we're speaking about today, which transportation, those are the different things that we felt like we needed to address in order for this proposal to be a strong one.
And just to follow up on that, then like this proposal, right, does it work in any other sites? Like, does it work on the current site? Does it work on any other sites here in the city of Boston? you know, it has the architects, you know, been able, have they been asked if this proposal works at that current John D. O'Brien and Madison site?
We work with a number of different architects. So to answer your question, we have looked at other things, other options, and there's pros and cons to every option. The reason why this was one that we felt like was worth putting forward was because of the adjacency of the fields, the capability of the building itself, and the fact that you wouldn't need swing space for 1,600 kids. Now, with that being said, are there other options? I think someone mentioned earlier, we looked at the Timothy, we looked at the water and sewer lots. We looked at other city spaces that we control to see what would it look like here. And, you know, there's pros and cons. In some situations, you may be able to build a school, but it may be 8 floors, and you won't have the fields adjacent to it.
Would it be possible, I mean, if you guys have this outlined on the different sites, right? Like if you looked at the Timothy or you kept it on, you know, the O'Brien site, like is it possible for us to see, you know, those pros and cons in those proposals?
Yeah, that analysis is posted online.
Posted online?
Yep, and it's
Okay.
available to the public, and we'll make sure that you have the link as well.
All right, thank you. And then my last question is, sorry, just give me a second, Chair. What is the current excess capacity of seats at grades 7 to 12? Right, and how many schools are currently underenrolled at this grade level? And how would adding 1,500 seats at O'Brien and Madison exacerbate this issue?
That's a good question on the enrollment piece. As we're thinking through the initial announcements that was made on the O'Brien and Madison Park, and to expand seats, for example, the 7th and 8th grade at O'Brien, and possibly expanding seats at Madison Park. As part of the district work as well, is also looking at our current footprint as a district, and as Councilor Louis-Jean asked in our last question about the long-term facilities plan. Our long-term facilities plan also, as part of our long-term facilities plan as a district, we are going to have to start looking at not just like renovating, building new buildings, but we're also working on grade reconfigurations for under-enrollments in our 7th and 8th grades across the district. Also looking at access for pre-K seats in areas where we're lacking. And also as part of this, like we are going to have to, as a district, to optimize like seats in our districts and space in our buildings. Mergers and closures as part of our long-term facilities plan.
And I appreciate, you know, I just want to say, I appreciate the general answer, but if we can, for the record, get the exact numbers on that information.
Thank you,
on that
Councilor
question.
Roel.
Thank you.
Megan will make sure that we get that information.
I appreciate it.
And
I
that
can
we'll
also share
with
the
the
enrollment
public.
data.
And I also just want to know for the record that you have been here a little bit longer than what you had
I
signed
know.
up for, and I really do appreciate you doing that. I just want to know for the record that as hard as we come on y'all, like you are here still standing, so I just want to acknowledge that and thank you for that. I'm going to go to my questions and then I'll go to, go ahead, Councilor Coletta.
Thank you so much, Councilor Mejia. I appreciate it, and I do apologize for being late. I thank you for everybody for being here. I'm here to uplift and amplify the concerns of many East Boston, Charlestown residents. East Boston has been brought up a lot this evening. I share these concerns as the move to West Roxbury presents serious challenges due to increased commute times from 30 to an hour and a half. A quick Google Maps search is an hour and a half from East Boston to this West Roxbury campus, and I'm getting flashbacks. And I'm doing MBTA math. After 8th grade, going to Latin Academy, I had to take the 116 to the 117 to the blue line to the orange line, and then taking the 28 or 23 to Townsend Street in Roxbury. And that took me almost an hour. And then after school, playing soccer and softball at White Stadium, I had to get myself back home. Thanks to the generosity of my softball coach, he drove me to aquarium, but without him, I really would get home sometimes around 8 o'clock, and I would be exhausted trying to do my homework. And so I'm thinking about that in these conversations. This is a huge and consequential impact on families and students' well-being. If we are talking about giving tools to kids to live up to their fullest potential, increasing their daily commute time is not setting them up for success. Kids who are lucky to have ecosystems around them that have flexibility to drive them will be fine. I'm thinking of the kids whose parents and guardians work 2 shifts, the overnight shifts, who won't be able to get their kids to and from school. And that is a real concern, and I'm not saying that your intentions are good. I know all of your hearts are good. You want to give this community a world-class campus, but as we're going through this conversation, over and over again, I'm asking, does the overall harm of this move outweigh the benefits? And I think that's what we're all asking ourselves. And so, speaking of harm, I think Easton and Charlestown deserve mitigation, right? Because mitigation is all about trying to make something less severe or painful. And so, my question is, knowing that this move is going to be entirely burdensome on East Boston and Charlestown residents, especially those who live in the Bunker Hill housing development that are not transit adjacent, what are we doing for them? Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want them to answer the question?
Yes, please.
As part of the transportation plan that's currently outlined, is with the current students that are attending O'Brien, and just naming also for the record, this analysis was done on the current O'Brien students and will change over time. Will have to change over time based on the student body that's attending the school if the school is moved to West Roxbury. But as part of the current outline, the hub stop that was identified for current students that lives in the East Boston area was the Maverick Landing, which is like currently the hub stop for, I think it's BLA, either BLA or BL, like one of the other exam schools, and also for Charlestown High. Where students would access in the morning. The idea for that is that students would get access to direct shuttle service to the West Roxbury Education Complex, both AM and PM. And then if students miss the shuttle, etc., there would be shuttle buses. When students access to the Forest Hill station, they would have direct shuttle buses from Forest Hills to the REC and the REC to Forest Hills, which is a continuous service that we've outlined to run daily.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I add just quick?
Sure.
I think it's also important just to talk about the improvements to the student experience that you would see in buildings that are really able to support a high-quality student experience. I think this goes to the question also about excessive seats at the high school level. We want to be really intentional about not just thinking about number of seats versus number of students, but the number of high-quality seats in buildings that have all the spaces to provide every aspect of the high-quality student experience that we all want for BPS students. So I think when we think about what benefits this brings to O'Brien students and future generations of O'Brien students, just really knowing that the O'Brien currently does not have the facilities to really deliver its STEM programming, and this is an opportunity to really double down on STEM programming and expand on it.
Thank you, and I do appreciate you all being here past your time, and this is not easy work, and again, I know your intentions are good, it's just we have to think back to that question, does the harm outweigh the benefits at this point? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta. All right, so in the interest of the fact that I really literally have no time left, I'm just going to ask 3 questions out of the 10. And I feel like there's somewhat of a disconnect in terms of what we're saying and the aspirational goals that we have. So I'm just curious if you can help me understand, how does this proposal align with the district's desire to reduce transportation costs? And how does this proposal align with the city's desire to reduce greenhouse gas emissions? There seems to be a disconnect. And, the other question that I'm really struggling with, especially as someone who worked in the parent engagement space, how does this align with the district's desire to increase parent engagement and involvement in our schools when in fact we're going to make it harder for parents to be present and to participate? So we can start with that.
You'll take the greenhouse. Yeah. As a district, and I know that the transportation team, before I left the transportation team and like some of the ongoing work that they're doing as a team, there are several systemic reforms on the way that would significantly and sustainably reduce BPS transportation costs. So that work is being done in parallel and outside of this announcement. And I know that like ongoing work that's happening with the transportation team. So adding shuttle bus routes to the right. Right now, as we're looking at like some of the work that they're doing in parallel with this announcement, we shouldn't see like a significant like increase in cost.
All right, so can we go to the green, so thank you for answering that. Now can we go to the green, the admission?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So earlier this year, over the summer, Mayor Wu signed an executive order requiring that all new or renovated municipal buildings are fossil fuel free. Both of these schools will be built fossil fuel free. Both Madison Park and the O'Brien would be entirely free of fossil fuels. So it would be moving from what is now a very energy intensive.
So those buses are going to be electric?
We're working on that as well. Dell's former transportation team is shifting towards electric buses.
So since the mayor has been in office, there's been a transition from propane and diesel buses to electric buses. I left transportation, so I don't know quite the number off the top of my head. But I know in the process of me leaving, and right now, like the transportation team has only purchased electric buses to replace diesel and propane.
So let's talk a little bit about family and community engagement, because that is also a goal of the superintendent. Mayor Wu ran on a platform of more accessibility and transparency and people involvement. So I'm just curious how this will impact a parent's ability to be engaged in parent council meetings. Like, what does that look like in practice?
As part of again the transportation, sort of like we, as a district, to ensure that our families like continue to have access and
so
can attend
are they going
meetings.
to be able to participate in parent council meetings? Are they going to be able to participate in open houses?
Yes.
I'm thinking about all of the things that make a meaningful experience for parents and students. How is that going to happen if I live in Dorchester or East Boston or whatever the case is, and there's a parent council meeting that starts at 6, but I live all the way on the other side of town and I don't get out of work until, like, practicality? Can you just help me understand the burden that we're placing on families to be actively engaged in their children's life? Because what that's going to do, if we're really serious about equity, the people who live closest to that school are going to be the ones that are going to have the biggest voice in what happens in that school. And then the kids who have to travel from afar are going to have a fewer voice in the process of what's going to happen in that school. So how are we going to grapple with that equity issue?
A part of the work that we just like have to do as a district, and as we're thinking about implementing a plan this big for students, is also looking at the impact of families and like looking at, again, the transportation access. So this is the reason why like we're continuing conversation with the MBTA surrounding the.
So a parent's going to have to pay to get to participate by taking the train, the bus. Is that going to be part of the process?
So currently, our parents that are pulling from like East Boston, et cetera, if they don't have access.
But they have to leave work earlier just so that they can make it to a 6 o'clock parent council meeting. See, I'm just putting those things out, Del, because as a single mom, I know how difficult it is for me to participate actively in my daughter's life, right, in her education. And so it's very demanding, right? And so if we're making it harder for parents to participate, then what we're doing is silencing the voices of parents who are coming from the furthest. And I think that that's something that we need to be mindful of as we continue to have these conversations. And the last thing I want to say, because I want to be mindful of my own time here, is that, you know, I don't think the process of the engagement should be over at this point, because there is another option and another plan in place that I don't know if you guys have given it serious consideration, and that's building 3, 5, and 6. And so if people, right, the people are asking for that as an option on the table, then I'm just curious why the opposition to that.
Yeah, so I don't think we haven't voiced any opposition. What we're talking about the proposal to move the O'Brien to West Roxbury. That's what we're here.
So Chief Irish, can then you say for the record that the proposal to consider 3, 5, and 6 is still is at play? Yes or no?
I think we still need to figure out the details of the Madison Park project because we just finished the concept stage. We should be bringing on a designer early part of next year, and then we can really get into the weeds on what their school needs and
Yeah, but you guys have just already laid out of like when you're going to start building in 2025. So there's a disconnect here with the timeline.
I mean, if we're talking about a campus that's currently vacant and when we can start construction, we can more easily give you a date on that. So.
Right, so we're talking about a process that has been flawed, right? And we're talking about an opportunity to repair that harm. And we're also talking about an opportunity to restore trust in government, which many of us don't have, including myself. And so with that said, if there is a way for us to pause this process and open up for a discussion for some real serious consideration for 3, 5, and 6, then that's the level of commitment and opportunity that we are asking for.
So we're committed to continuing engagement. That's why we're here, not just to talk, but to listen.
And so our hope is that what we're hearing here in terms of opening up the process for 3, 5, and 6 to still be part of the conversation.
We're committed to continue to listen.
Yeah, someone, there is an alleged, someone on the red again. It's true, go ahead.
Thank you. I would say that to the administration, you should advise your people from the administration not to go out into Madison Park planning meetings to tell the parents and the teachers there that the plan to replace Madison Park, to replace O'Brien is final. You should tell them not to say that. I have it in recording. I recorded someone, I don't want to mention names, but I recorded someone high in policy stating that in a Madison Park planning meeting in the community. And there's a lot of like microaggressive behavior coming from some representatives of the administration, not yourselves here today. But I've gotten a lot of complaint from my constituents directed to me personally as a counselor in the district, not being allowed to speak at press conferences if I disagree with the move, not being allowed to be able to advocate for the constituents. Your representative, people from the administration stating I have the video, saying that the plan is final. Do you see why there's a disconnect here? Thank you.
So thank you. Chief Irish, I know that I think given the temperature and the tone of the political state across the country and here in the city of Boston, we have an opportunity to really lean into these uncomfortable situations and say, we're ready to do the hard work that it takes to repair the trust. It has been broken, and it's no fault of you. You are inheriting decades of neglect and abuse, right? And so what we need to do as counselors is recognize that we have an opportunity to lead differently, to bring you all in a way that says, what do we need to do to help you, help us, help those that we serve? That should be the goal. The goal should be that everyone feels like they have won. And right now, we don't feel that way. And I think that in the spirit of moving in ways that we can repair the harm, we have to be willing to listen, to learn what we need to do differently. Because that's what people are asking for. And I don't think that that's a lot to ask. And so I'm going to ask us to really seize this moment to show up differently. And I am asking you to come alongside us on that journey. It is not easy to sit there and to feel like you're on trial, especially with somebody like me. Because I didn't come here to play politics with people's lives. And so I can show up this way without fear, because that's what this moment requires. So that said, what can we do to help you, help us, help those that we serve?
Help me help you. No.
Like, seriously, tell us what we need to do to help you, help us, help those that we serve.
I can speak from the district lens. Just like as a district, as you shared, Counselor, understanding that like historically, like the Boston public school system was built on systemic racism, and as we continue to look at processes, look at the long-term facilities plan, as we're looking at the rec option for the O'Brien students, is looking at it at a space to ensure like we're doing like the in-depth research, having conversations, open conversations with community, to ensure at the end of all of this, all of our students in the city of Boston have access to high quality education, the education that all of our students need and deserve in the city of Boston. So I think this, not just this conversation, the conversations that we're having as a district in collaboration with all of our city departments, and the work that we're doing to ensure that students have access to high quality education. We need to continue those conversations. We need to continue conversations with our community stakeholders to ensure that students get the access to the quality education that they deserve.
Thank you, Jill. Okay, so and then you want some water, Luce? Anyone could, you're good. Okay, and then I want to allow y'all to go. I feel like I'm holding y'all hostage. Dion, tell you anything that we can do to help you, help us.
I know Dell has to leave, but
Yeah.
I'm fine to stay here if you have more questions for me. I do want to state that, as an administration, that every single day, every single member of the team, all we do every day, all day long, is to find ways to serve this city. So I just want to make sure that's very clear. I think it's sort of being framed as though that that's not what we do. That's what we do all day long, every day. So I think it's also great to get feedback and hear people's thoughts and concerns about ideas that are put forward. And I think that's what we're here to do today.
I just want to say, sorry, Madam Councilor, you are an amazing chief. You have done tremendous work for the city. I respect you tremendously, Chief Irish, and I want to, and Dell and Tally, all of you here do amazing work, and you work very hard. You have a boss, and the issue here is that taxpayers pay money to pay us for a check and pay Mayor Wu to execute and to provide those services. So you have a boss to respond to, and we understand that, and we don't want to come off as though this is about the panel here. So we want to be very clear because we want a good relationship with you. The problem is when counselors are isolated or ostracized from including or being included in processes of decision making or being excluded in community processes, and that is an issue. This is a democracy. And this administration or other administration, or whether it be the culture that came before and now perpetuated by the one standing, it doesn't matter, irrelevant. We should not have to come here to hold a hearing. It looks ridiculous because it is ridiculous. And as Councilor Lara said, why are we talking to you, coming here? It's not you, that's not the issue. It's the fact, it's really simple. Right is right, wrong is wrong. We brought it to a hearing because the community process was ineffective. That is the reason why we got here. And so we're not blaming anyone in particularly. We're not, and I hope that I've been
please forgive me if I've come out in any way that makes you feel like you haven't done your job. I say this publicly for the record. Dion Irish, you are absolutely my favorite chief in this building, bar none. I have to say that.
It's a team. It's not just me. It's a team.
And the team, and I know you guys work hard. I know the city works hard. Every single person, transportation department, housing department, every single person works hard. But we have to get rid of this sort of like push and pull, this hard politics. Can't say it, but say it. Oh, but we have to do it. But we have an agenda. But we have to push our policy. We have to do what we got to do. No, wait a minute. It's impacting people. And this idea is racist. It is what it is.
Yeah, and I think, so thank you, Councilor Anderson. And I think that, well, not to add to any more conspiracy theories, but there is a sentiment here, right? That those who have a voice and want to use their voice and their platform to amplify, that we get shut out. And that is a reflection of what is happening out in these streets, right? And so if we come here and we speak and amplify the voices of the people, we automatically are not going to get the services that we need. We're not going to get what we need to move the city forward. And I think that we should not be penalized for being good troublemakers. But that is definitely what happens here in the world of politics. I'm going to move on to giving you all an opportunity to just thank you all for being here and for staying later than what you were supposed to be. And my hope is that for those who are listening in, which, because allegedly they do listen to this at some point, that you recognize that the voices of the people is what matters. And we work for the people, and the people are really clear about what they want, and they want a process that honors their voice. And right now, that's not what we are being presented with. So I think we have an opportunity to go back to the drawing board and come back with something that feels more inclusive of the community. So I'm gonna move on to, thank you to the panelists. I'm gonna move on to, and I just wanna acknowledge that our community panelists were so incredibly patient. Thank you.
Bring them in for questions.
Y'all, come on down. Councilor Flynn, what do you think I should? No clapping in the chamber? Yeah, okay. Flynn doesn't like all this activity, y'all. Y'all better get used to this. This is the last hearing I'm going to be chairing, so y'all better get used to this, because y'all are going to miss all of this.
Everything's going to change after Jen.
That's right. I'm not going to have any power. All right.
Or more power.
All right, so questions for our community panelists. Councilor Murphy.
More comment, just wanting to thank, and it was probably the sponsors who made sure this happened, but just the diversity of teacher, a parent, a student, business, just your understanding of the needs, and just thank you for sharing and uplifting the voices of the people you care about, and know that it was good to hear what you had to say, and it helps us, which you just heard, these concerns that you're not heard. There are also concerns that we're not heard, and often remind my colleagues and my, the constituents I serve as an at-large city councilor. I represent every neighborhood across this city, and it's important that I remind people we don't work for the mayor in this space, and it's important that the government runs better when we have these checks and balances, and that we can uplift your voices. And in this case, as you know, I, starting back in June, have been vocal about my concerns and my pushback on this, so know that I am in your corner to go forward advocating for your voices. And the more, I feel stronger after this hearing, and did just want to uplift what was just said, though, that we're in this hearing now because the process has failed. This isn't just a step along the process. We're here because we heard, and thank you to the sponsors for bringing us here. In the evening, a few days before the term ends, but it's important that we don't let this term end without hearing from you and then making sure that we know how, as a body, we move forward in this next term to advocate and make sure that you're not forgotten, because you need to be uplifted. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Murphy, it's really clear that, I wanted to host this hearing before the end of my term as the chair of the Education Committee, because things will change depending on who the chair is of a committee, and the things that you get to discuss and how you get to show up will also shift. So I'm glad that I was able to do this for you all in the way that knows how to meet this moment. So thank you for that, Councilor Murphy. Anyone else have questions? Councilor Flynn.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, again for this important hearing. I guess maybe my question to the panel is, what impact will this have? And I think, Councilor Mejia, I think you asked all the right questions, and maybe it's just a follow-up to your question. But what impact will moving this school over to West Roxbury have on a parent or a guardian interacting with their child's teacher? And what negative impact will that have on the child in their academic performance? Is it significant? And are we putting that child at a terrible disadvantage? I assume the answer is yes, but I'd like to know more about what your thoughts are.
Sure. I'd like to answer that question and also address some of the questions that were asked of the administrative panel as well. So the administration was asked what outreach they have done to families. The answer is almost none. They have asked families to come to tour the West Roxbury Education Complex. The concern on the table here is transportation. If we are going to have a meeting about how difficult it is to get to a location, why would we have that meeting at the difficult to get to location? We should have had this meeting tonight at the O'Brien.
That's right.
But the city refused. The district refused to make that happen. We should have had this meeting tonight at the bowling building in Roxbury, but the district refused to make that happen. We had to come out to downtown Boston on a school night. I have to get up at 5:30 tomorrow morning and teach. So we have had we've been at a disadvantage where all of the meetings to address the concerns that you're talking about, Councillor Finn, have been at West Roxbury. And so where has been the opportunity for parents to answer that question, right? Second, the district refused to inform families at the O'Brien of this hearing tonight. The district said that this was not a BPS event, and so they would not send it out to families in the bulletin. They sent all of the invitations to tour the West Roxbury Education Complex to families through the normal school channels, but this hearing was not given to families.
That's right.
There has only been one town hall meeting to ask families what they think about that question that you're asking, Councillor Flynn. That happened in June. That was on Zoom. There have been no town hall meetings since then. There have only been tours of the complex that have happened at the West Roxbury Education Center. We have asked that parents be surveyed about what they think in their home language, because as you said so clearly at the beginning, it is so important that people understand the questions on the table. We have asked that the district survey every single family, every single one of our 1,600 families in their home language. That has not happened. The district has not surveyed families about what they think. So when Anshi Moreno from the city says that she thinks that a lot of parents support this move, I don't know where she's getting that information, because you have not surveyed parents. We have not had an opportunity to find out what parents and families think about this proposal. Actually, most families that I talked to at the beginning of the year said, I'm so sorry, this is still on the table as a question. I thought that when we had that meeting in June and we said we didn't like this idea, that the city might put some other options on the table. Oh no, we didn't even understand this was still happening. I am really concerned that families don't even know that this could be happening. And when we heard that diversity at the school is going to be the same, that working class families in South Boston, working class families in Dorchester, working class families in East Boston are still going to somehow make it to the O'Brien to get their kids to school there, I don't know who they're talking to, because I have talked to so many families that have said, you know, my older child went to the O'Brien in Roxbury, but if the school moves, we're not going to send them to West Roxbury. That's too far for my kid to go to school. And you're right, Councillor Flynn, that it is too difficult for a parent to be involved in their child's education. What happens, God forbid, if a child is sick in the middle of the day? How do you get to the school to come pick them up? And so I think that the answer to your question is, one, we don't really know what families think because they have not been surveyed. Two, they have not even been given the opportunity of a town hall meeting on either Zoom or at the O'Brien location right now to say what they think. Three, they were not even informed of this hearing tonight so that they could come and register how they feel. So we have no idea how families feel about it, but I'll tell you what I think. What I think is that we are going to see more families from the western half of the city choose to send their children to the O'Brien, right? We are going to see more families from Hyde Park, from West Roxbury, from Roslindale, from Jamaica Plain, maybe from the South End. Those are the families that are going to continue to send their children to the O'Brien. And families that live in Dorchester and Charlestown and South Boston and East Boston and Roxbury, they are not going to choose the O'Brien because it will not be convenient for them. And when I hear that the new exam school admissions policy is going to somehow magically keep our school with the same demographics that it has today, I have two answers to that. One, the family decides where they send their child. And two, that exam school policy is being challenged in court as we speak. Who's to say it's going to be here in 10 years? And so I think that really all of the questions that have been asked tonight have been the same question, which is, did you do your homework before proposing this? And I think the answer that we can clearly see is no, the district has not done their homework. And that what we need to see is, one, a series of town halls. Two, we need to see parents and families surveyed. Three, we need an architectural team to assess whether the current site can support a renewed and renovated campus for both Madison Park and the O'Brien. It is 899,000 square feet. All of it is buildable. Lots of it is dead space. Lots of it is single story. Multiple architects have said that they would be happy to talk to the mayor about revitalizing that whole space for both the O'Brien and Madison Park.
Yep.
I'm not an architect, I'm not a city planner, but I can use my eyes and I can count the square footage and I can see that it's possible. And if we don't want to talk about the O'Brien current location, what about the old Cleveland? There are about 343 students going to Cash right now in a building that can support 2,000 students. What are we doing with that building? It's a beautiful old building right in Dorchester, right next to Fields Corner, 2 stops away from UMass Boston. What are we doing with that? I don't see any of that stuff on the table. So here's what I think, Councillor Flynn. I think there's two possibilities here. Either one, the district simply didn't do their homework and they thought, oh, well, we have a big empty school and we have a school that wants more space. Oh, I solved 2 problems in 1. Look at that. That's one possibility. The second possibility is that the district is trying to bring more families back into the district, and that's why they're trying to increase exam school seats. And one way that they think they can do that is by moving the school to West Roxbury. You heard from Mary tonight that families in West Roxbury are not comfortable sending their children to Roxbury for school. But if the exam school were to move to West Roxbury, I think that that problem would suddenly change. And so, Councillor Flynn, I'm sorry to go on and on like this, but I think that the answer to your question is either the district didn't do their homework, or I don't want to support a conspiracy theory here, but what they would really like to do is open a 4th exam school in West Roxbury, but they don't have the ability to do that, and so they're going to take our beautiful school and move it to a place that is basically in Dedham.
Yeah. We welcome
welcome the superintendent and the mayor to discuss with us. We would love to debate them. WGBH, WBUR, Town Hall Forum, this hearing tonight, but unfortunately, they have refused to meet with us. Councillor Anderson, in whose district this is, was blindsided when she found out about this proposal. I'm sure that nobody on the city council found out about it until 5 days before, and yet this proposal was in the works for a year before. I think that really we have some serious problems on our hands, and I think there's some easy solutions, very cost-effective solutions, that we're not willing to talk about right now, and I'm not really sure why.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you. Councilor Flynn, you're good?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That was really good. Thank you. I see we have Councilor Louis-Jean, then Councilor Murphy. I don't see your light on. Do you have something you wouldn't like this? Now it's on. So then Councilor Coletta. Oh, I didn't see yours. Sorry. All right. Everybody's going to go one person at a time. Councilor Louis-Jean.
Thank you to the sponsors, and thank you to the community panel. I just wanted to make it clear about my questions before was, one administration willingness to run mock shuttle buses so that we could approximate what have the times that have been put out there. I think it's incredibly important to do that. Another question was, and I think that members already talked about that, about the question that I asked to the admin panel, the same question to you, what do we envision the demographic changes to be with the move to West Roxbury campus? I think folks answered that, but I wanted to know if anyone on the community panel has ideas about what the staff challenges or potential challenges could be with such a move from Roxbury to West Roxbury, and what that could potentially look like in terms of the demographic changes of staff as well.
We have done a staff survey. I can't say that the methodology of the survey is perfect, but it seems about 2/3 of the staff oppose the decision to move. There are people who are going to leave the school if the school moves to West Roxbury. I think that we don't yet know exactly who those people are. So I can't tell you for sure that this particular demographic of teachers is most likely to move. But I can tell you that we will lose teachers because it is a difficult location to get to compared to the location that we're in right now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my questions.
Okay, so the the co-sponsor is saying she was next, so I'm gonna go next to Councilor Anderson for 2 minutes.
I'll be quick.
And then Councilor Murphy.
I think, thank you so much for such an articulate, taking us down that road and really critically helping us to think through the different steps and the reasons, and just helping us come up, just think about the reasons why there is no transparency or proper inclusivity in this process. This is happening across the board, and it's time for it to be addressed, whether it begins with the O'Brien issue or not, or other issues, but this is happening across the board. With development in Roxbury, when West Roxbury wants their children educated or to be close in school, or they're starting to populate the area, I don't know, when they need a school, a facility, then they get a school taken to them. When Roxbury needs a new facility, then you need to move out of Roxbury and be bused elsewhere. It's exactly like busing. It's exactly like MECO program, where we subsidize nonprofits, we give them our lands, they don't contribute, and yet we continue to, in Boston, the richest city in the country, we continue to bus our children to suburbs. In full transparency, my child goes to a MECO school. I was a young parent, I was 20, and that was my choice. That was the best choice for me as a single parent in that age. And of course, then continuing on, I had to support that. Believe you me, there is no way, even going out to where my child goes to, it's quicker. The 90 Express West is quicker than going to West Roxbury. How do I know? Because my little sister graduated from Westie. I graduated from O'Brien. It would take her sometimes 2 hours to get back home. My brother got taken to Charlestown. He quit high school. He ended up getting his GED in his 30s.
This is what we do to marginalized communities, is that if we want schools in West Roxbury, again, it gets handed over to them. If we want facilities in Back Bay, they get a $15 million park. If we want a park in Roxbury, it gets $1.5 million. And this is the type of disparity. It's not just in the architectural refinement or details, and that's why they need more money. It's that they have people that are more influenced and connected and integrated and are able to advocate for their needs. It's absolutely atrocious to hear that the school department used your tax money to mail out when it pleased or when it coddled their agenda to get information to parents. But when you said, look, this impacts the O'Brien parents, we need the information to get to the O'Brien, no, conflict of interest, we can't do that. It's disgusting. And I think that there is a different way that we can do this. You mail the administration a letter, then you call your counselor. You have in District 7, 16 elected officials that represent you. Councilor Anderson is not the only one to be blamed. Fine, blame me, I'm fine. I can work all day, I'm available, I'm easily accessible. But you have 4 at-large counselors. I'm not your only counselor. You have Councilor Jen, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Aaron Murphy, incoming Councilor-elect Harry Santana. You have Liz Miranda, your state senator. You have Nick Collins, state senator. You have Senator Warren. You have Senator Markey. You have Congresswoman Presley. You have Rep. Rowell. You have Rep. Moran. You have Rep. China Tyler. But yet, the only person, the representative that it gets to, and again, I'm happy to do this with you, but we as a community, me with you, in order for us to be able to push against the administration and demand transparency, we have to hold all elected officials accountable. Again, you have 16 of them. And yet somehow it only comes to the district counselor, and then when I send an email, no one else is saying, wait a minute, we're concerned about that too. We get paid taxpayer dollars. We get the same check from those people. We should be backing these people up. Let me support Councilor Anderson in that work. Let's not dilute her. Let's not diminish her. Let's not reduce her to nothingness until she gets to a point where she's ineffective with administration and not be heard. That is the problem. There lies the issue, is that we're not utilizing we're not holding everybody accountable. And then when you get to the administration, Councilor Anderson has no power, no push. Councilor Mejia then comes on and says, come on, I'll help you, and that's it. And on deaf ears. So I'm saying this on record, on purpose, because maybe this is the beginning where we say no more, and we absolutely demand that every single elected official is held accountable to push against this issue and be able to get some results. Thank you so much.
Just in response briefly, that is an excellent point. And there is not a person here or who has been touched by this who hasn't thought differently about how we will be voting and how we will be reaching out. We have thought differently about every aspect of our government. But in one way that we have always been challenged is that we can reach out, but only if you will listen. And when those who listen will hear us and give us a platform, we will speak and speak as loud as we can. There are others involved who are not elected, in particular our school committee, which is appointed, despite a referendum of 79% of Boston voters saying we should have an elected school committee to avoid this scenario. And so I would ask of any counselor, we would all ask of any counselor here today, who opposes this, and it sounds like there are a lot, please let the committee know that you who represent your district, your people, your neighborhoods, many of you came here with statements about what you have heard, being closer to them than the administration is, knowing how they feel, knowing what they want. And what they want is something other than a move. Yeah. What they want is a better educational system, and it's becoming clearer through this process where the breakdown is. We have amazing teachers. We have amazing people inside of those schools. It is very clear to me where the deficiency is the more I witness this process. It is exactly where this is broken down. Please, please let the committee know what your constituency believes, what you believe, because they are the ones influencing a lot of this policy, and we can't elect them. But we will vote for those who do.
That's right. And I appreciate that as the co-lead sponsor of the elected school committee. I was really disheartened that when we sent it over to the mayor's office, it died there. Because what I'm beginning to see in my little short time in the world of politics is that everything is very political. And those who are definitely here for that work, it makes it so much harder for us to be in this space when we are always constantly being shut out of processes, right? And so trust that we are here to not just listen, but to try to create as many platforms and as many opportunities to hold up, right, the communities that we serve without fear of retaliation, which is what we have seen, especially in this election cycle, about how we're going to do business here in the city of Boston. So trust that those who are still standing are here for it. So I'm going to go next to Councilor Murphy.
Thank you. A few statements. As a fellow BPS teacher for 24 years, I just wanted to applaud your bravery for speaking up, because I do understand that you are taking a risk, but it obviously is worth it. So that is another reason why I will make sure I continue to support and advocate you, because I do know that you oftentimes, when you speak your truth and do the right thing by your students and your colleagues, that your voice is, you know, just know that I do see your bravery, so thank you. I don't want to say too much more on the record. Also, thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. I often or always tell people across the city that you have 5 city councilors. Nobody just has one, that everyone has their district, but also their 4 at large. So always know that we work alongside your district councilors, but we also represent you and are also should be held accountable. I held several hearings in my first term here related around school issues that are concerns, I would say. One of them was enrollment. You've mentioned the Gavin, which is right a few blocks away from my house. One thing that was pretty shocking, and I try to get answers, I didn't get clear ones. It's often 2, 3, 5, 6 times to try to get a clear answer, but Brighton High, I'm not sure if anyone knows it. It's a massive, beautiful building. There's only 360 students in it. The Kilmer, which is a smaller elementary school, has more students, 404. So there is a lot of also conversation about these where else and what buildings in the mergers, but there's obviously politics, but history behind all of that. So the enrollment matters. Lastly, one of the things, a recent hearing we had here, though, also is that neighborhoods, residents, community people do not feel like their voices are being heard. We see that time and time again. Councilor Flynn and I were at a hearing last summer in South Boston about the proposed changes to Summer Street. When you hear the word study or proposal, we quickly learn that you should be afraid of those words, because they almost always, I think all of them, I'm pretty sure all of them have turned into permanent, or, you know, the pavement, the paint's down and you know it's not going to be put back. So when we talk about these studies and proposals, we do have to do, I believe, a better job to make sure that there's a commitment that it is just what it is, that it's not just let's appease you for a short time to then force something on you that you don't want, when you and then not allow you to, and then gaslight you into acting as though you don't, you know, that you're not in a position to then advocate to change it, because it's always harder to change something, right, once it's done. So once you move, will you ever leave? Who knows, right? And then are you the same school? You may have the same name, but if you're not the same school, you've lost. So just wanted to put those out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. And I want to note that we do have one person who needs the translation and interpretation in Spanish, and they also happen to be a resident of East Boston, Councilor Coletta. So I'm wondering if you would allow that person to do their public testimony before you go, if that's okay? Yep, okay. So I know that Lizzie Guerrero, you have been waiting patiently. Por favor, tiene la oportunidad de hablar y disculpa que te hicimos esperar por tanto tiempo, ¿ok? Sí. Tiene el piso y comienza con tu testimony.
Gracias, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Lizzie Guerrero. Vengo en representación de los padres de East Boston. Gracias a mi compañera Zuleika Soto y a su equipo por la oportunidad. Soy una madre voluntaria y pertenezco al comité de padres de la escuela María Humana y también a la escuela High School en East Boston y la O'Brien. Y estoy aquí en representación de todas esas madres ausentes que no han podido asistir por necesidades, por X razones. Y nada, tengo tantas emociones, tantas preocupaciones por lo que están pasando nuestros vecinos, nuestra escuela O'Brien, que tan solo pensarlo me dan ganas, como digo yo, de llorar, porque son personas que yo tuve el ejemplo con uno de mis hijos que estuvo en la Latin School de la East Boston. Tenía que ir a la Latin School, tenía que coger el tren y nos tardábamos horas esperando el tren. Algunas veces el tren me lo dejaba botado, no llegaba, yo tenía que salir corriendo, llevarlo a su escuela para que no perdiera su día de escuela. Solamente de pensar eso que pasé yo, lo van a pasar esas madres que tienen niños especiales, muchas de ellas, que tienen 2 trabajos, que son madres solteras o que tienen muchísima necesidad, que algunas veces sus madres son personas mayores que recogen a sus nietecitos, tienen que pasar frío, tienen que pasar muchas situaciones incómodas para llevar a sus nietos a la escuela y recogerlos. Solo pensar todo eso me preocupa, la situación que estamos pasando ahora. Y en mi caso, yo como abogo en nuestra comunidad. ¿Me permite? Sí, gracias.
Okay, my name is Lizzie, and I'm here representing the parents of East Boston, and I also want to thank Zuleika Soto and her team for this opportunity. I'm here I'm a member of the parent council at the Humana School and also another high school and the O'Brien. I am here representing all of the parents who are not able to be here today. I have so many feelings as a neighbor of the O'Brien High School. I feel like I want to cry. Because, for example, my son who went to the Latin school, coming from East Boston, I had to wait for hours for the train. Sometimes the train left us and left my kids stranded. And I had to figure it out, how to get my kid to school. So just to think about that, I think about what all of these families will go through, and especially if they have kids with special needs. And these parents have 2 jobs, and they're single mom. And these single moms rely on their elder parents to pick up their kids. And because they have so many things going on, and then there's the cold and things that happen when these elder grandparents have to go and pick up their kids.
Y mi preocupación por la escuela O'Brien es el impacto que podríamos tener en nuestra comunidad. De tener una mudanza de la escuela del lugar donde está y tan lejos. Necesitamos una propuesta de una nueva ubicación que sea más flexible para ambos lados. Un lugar más central, mejorar el edificio en el que la escuela está. Para nuestra familia de East Boston hay muchas familias en las cuales son abuelitos, como dije antes, que llegan a recoger a sus nietos, que los llegan a dejar. Y es necesario venir durante el día. Cuando padres tienen que ir a escuela, muchas veces son vecinos quienes le están haciendo el favor a los padres de cuidar a sus niños en la casa, pero después asistir a su trabajo. En todos estos casos importa no tener una escuela tan lejos. La ruta para la escuela ya toma mucho tiempo y con esa ubicación sería demasiado difícil para los niños poder asistir y eso va a ser un catástrofe porque ellos van a tener mucha ausencia a conclusión de eso. Gracias.
So my concern with the O'Brien School is the impact that it will create in the community. Moving the O'Brien to that location, which is far away, I think that they should come up with another proposal, a flexible location that it can help both the communities from both sides. Or they can also just make improvements to the building. As I mentioned before, a lot of these grandparents from East Boston who help their kids to pick up or drop off during the day, and sometimes the parents of these students have to rely on their neighbors to ask them a favor to take care of their kids so they can go to work. And the O'Brien from East Boston is already far. So moving to a farther location, it will take a lot of time. And it will be very difficult for the students. This will be a catastrophe. And that students will be missing school.
Mudar la escuela tan lejos descontrola el sistema que tenemos los padres con varios trabajos y ayuda para poder manejar varias responsabilidades familiares. Gracias.
Gracias.
So, moving the school to another location, this will not be stable for the system that we already have for parents to be able to go to the several jobs that they have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I am going to, primeramente, gracias por estar aquí y por contar tu historia con nosotros, Lizzie. Estamos bien agradecidas. Tu voz es bien importante que todo el mundo oiga las inquietudes de nuestra gente en su lenguaje nativo. So, gracias. I'm going to, I know that Councilor Coletta has her light and is next. And I also want to note that there are, I think I have like 30 people who are still signed up to speak. And I really do appreciate my colleagues who are still here. Don't think I'm going to be like Flynn and order food for everybody, because I'm not. There'll be none of that because I'm on a budget. But I will say, Councilor Coletta, you now have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair, and I just want to thank Lisa, who's a treasure in our community. Thank you so much for being here and taking time out of your day and your evening. I just want to express gratitude to everybody just being here. It's already been said, but it takes a lot of bravery to be here and to speak up and speak your truth. There were a couple of things that I wanted to just ask through the chair if we can request certain information, but would love an idea of what the cost-benefit analysis between capital renovations looks like at the current location versus transportation costs that have been forecasted out on a yearly basis, because we understand that these transportation ideas that they have with shuttles and everything, it is going to be very costly. So I would like to understand what that might look like in terms of spending over the next decade or so. Additionally, I would love to have maybe somebody from the operations team join me. I don't know if they're still here, on a ride from East Boston to West Roxbury on the transit system. And I push that invitation out there to my at-large colleagues if you'd like to join us. Anybody really on the council if they'd like to join us. But I really think that you'll see, especially in the morning and in the evening rush hour, it is not 48 minutes. So that is my ask to the administration. Just thank you all so much. I hope you all get a chance to eat some dinner. I just downed 3 Baby Ruths and a packet of Skittles. So I know everyone's hungry and you want to get home, but I do appreciate your time, and thank you, Chair, as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to just go on with the list here.
You got this.
We got this. There's no, you and me.
We're hanging there.
Oh, that's right. We've got no other choice but to show up for the people. All right. Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just want to make a comment about transportation. I think there is a presumption that if we solve the logistics of transportation, we solve the problem. And I think that is a false assumption that we have to be very careful about when we examine it. The problem is we don't want to be visiting aspects of an ecosystem. We want to be in an ecosystem. Everything that I recited about that study wasn't about being exposed occasionally to a particular kind of environment. It is actually being immersed in the environment. And so we have to be, none of us, let's be clear, no one here buys it. I haven't heard a single counselor, a single individual say, we believe you when you tell us this is the proposal. But even if we did, it doesn't solve the problem. The problem is that we have to be welcomed into communities, participate in them, so that when innovation occurs, when we expand on technological understanding, it is something that is natural as opposed to something that we are a spectator of. And so if we want, to your earlier question, Councillor Flynn, about the impact, there is a short-term and then there is a long-term impact on students and parents. In the short term, there are a lot of challenges. Whether or not we have a shiny new building isn't the answer. It's not going to necessarily improve the education that better teaching support would, but we should have one because there are breakthroughs made every day that would be great to put in the hands of our students. In the long term, though, if we do not centralize access to all of these resources and become part and feel a part of that ecosystem, we are guaranteeing at least a 3 times decrease in the earning potential of these students. The outcomes are not driving this process. We are talking about, does it look better as a school? Is it more welcoming? Is it this or that? We want it to be more welcoming. We want it to look better. But what we're not doing is saying what benefits these students in the long term in the most profound way. And this move is not it. And so I just want, when we talk about all these questions around transportation, solving transportation does not solve the problem. It is part of the problem.
That's right. That's right. Thank you. I know Councillor Anderson is dying to ask you one question, and this will be the last question, and then I'm moving on to public testimony.
Just thank you so much for saying that. As a parent, you think about the ecosystem or how it's holistic in the long term. Nubian Square presents that opportunity. And we know that bioscience and all of these tech companies and all Northeastern universities are hungry for more land and for more facilities and for more tech and for more training. And if that partnership is going to happen with institutions, here lies the opportunity right now to really get a hold of a school that you can actually create a beautiful holistic campus to provide that high-class education. And we're not doing that. What we're saying is, oh no, it belongs in West Roxbury. Thank you.
Yeah. That was not a question, that was a statement. You see how she got that in? I'm gonna let her live. But I do think that, and also, that area is the center of the city. And you have Roxbury Community College right next door. If we're really serious about coexisting in spaces, where you are is exactly where you need to be to have access to all of the things that we want to dream that is possible. So I'm going to allow the community panel to transition to the comfortable side of the chamber if you're interested in learning. And then I'm going to, and I really do appreciate my colleagues that are still here. We're going into 9:30 and we're about to begin our public testimony, but I just wanted to say thank you for being here for the long haul. It really speaks volumes to your commitment to listening to community voice, so thank you. So with that, I'm going to move on to the 150 people who are lined up. So can we give it up for the community panel? Yes, Flynn. Look at, even Flynn. Flynn was clapping, y'all. We got that on camera. Flynn was acting up in the chamber. All right. All right, so, okay. We're going to go to, I'm going to ask for a little bit of grace. I am going to do things in the best way I know how, which is trying to be fair to a process. I know we have people who have been waiting in the Zoom, so I'm going to ask Ethan to line up 2 people from the Zoom and 2 people who are here in the chamber. So then that way we get through this as quickly and as fairly as possible. So that way we share the space. So I'm going to start off with Lisa Gisbond and Diantre. And then we're going to go to Casey Lindorn. And then we're going to move into public testimony in the chamber with Nora Paul, followed by Liza McAllister. If you guys are still here, you're champions. I'll see y'all. Okay. So let's go to Lisa and then Casey.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Lisa Geisbond. I'm Executive Director of Citizens for Public Schools, a statewide public education advocacy organization whose mission is to promote, preserve, and protect public education. And my husband went to Boston Tech on Warren Street many moons ago. I'm here on behalf of the CPS Board of Directors to express our concerns about the proposed future location of the O'Brien School. I'm so glad to hear that so many others share the concerns that I'm about to share, so I'll be adding my voice to theirs and affirming these concerns. In the 2022-2023 school year, O'Brien School enrollment was 31% Black students, 35% Latinx students, and 19% Asian students, totaling 85% of the student body. Most of these students live in Roxbury, Dorchester, Mattapan, East Boston, and Chinatown. The proposed O'Brien Future site, the former West Roxbury High School complex, is at the edge of the Boston-Dedham line in a mostly white neighborhood. This location was selected without input from the O'Brien community, parents, students, and educators. In fact, the O'Brien community learned of the proposed site at about the same time a public announcement was made. Excuse me, such backdoor decision-making reinforces the perception that the district and city govern the Boston Public Schools without regard to the desires and needs of the community. There are several reasons why this location is not ideal. First, the school is located miles from where most current and future O'Brien students live without adequate means of transportation, as we've heard. To get there, most students would have to take multiple buses and subways. And second, given that West Roxbury High School is in a mostly white neighborhood and O'Brien students are mostly of color, it's likely that the attendance rates will be lower, tardiness will increase, and students of color living in other Boston neighborhoods will enroll in other high schools. And third, there are other locations, as we've heard, in neighborhoods of color and more central to where students live that could be considered. Such a momentous decision should only be made after an inclusive process of community input from O'Brien students, families, educators, and community partners. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa. I'm going to move on to then Casey. And just so that you all know, considering the fact that people who are on Zoom are at home in their comfy pajamas, I'm going to switch things up. The people who are here in the chamber, I'm going to allow for 6 people to go at a time and then go back to Zoom. All right, just in the fairness of like keeping everything moving. So Casey, you have the floor, and then we're going to call on Nora, Liza, Caden, Emmanuel, Mikhail, and Krista. All right, just so you all know what the flow is. Okay, Casey, you have 2 minutes. You have to accept the invite to become a panelist. So Nora, Liza, Kaden, Emmanuel, Nako, and Krista, if you don't mind just getting yourselves ready so that we can keep the flow going. KC, in 3, 2, 1, accept the invitation to be promoted to a panelist. You have been upgraded. All right. We're going to come back to you. All right, Casey. 3, 2, 1. Going back into the chamber. Nora, you have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Oh, Casey is in the building. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yes,
Nora.
it's almost 9:30. So, good evening, all. I just want to thank you all for the opportunity. I was going to speak a little bit, but Councillor Anderson, I pretty much covered it all. She nailed everything. So I'm going to just point out on some of the things she said again, because she said everything she asked and said, she has our support. Also, the lady in pink, I don't know her name, but she was very much precise. Everything she said was what I was going to say. So just to add to it, as someone who is an advocate, community advocate and civil rights activist, I want to say that moving the school is a very bad idea. And even the guy that came earlier, Mauricio, who is a construction engineer, if I believe, he made a lot of points. Councillor Ed Flame made a lot of points. If you put all of that together, you will see that it's unfair. A lot of things were not done. The mayor's administration, their answers to the question Councillor Anderson asked is very vague. And they have no justification to move this prestigious school. Now, I'm going to say one thing here. If it was Boston Latin, they wouldn't jump to moving it just like that. Yep. Okay? They wouldn't. They would think about it first. Okay? They're talking about building a state-of-the-art, whatever, luxurious whatever. Right. I went to one of the prestigious universities, and there is no way you will move that university just like that. You can rebuild everything you want to build right there inside the school compound. And I don't see why it's not achievable in this situation. What I see here is that you have mayor's administration, whatever they're willing and dealing, trying to move it out of the non-economic community to bring it to economic community without caring those that are impact most. The most vulnerable in the community. Now, I have to tell you, in the type of college I went to, I know some people that went to that school, and they came out pretty good, okay, in their careers. Okay, so when you're talking about the building is run down, blah, 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 why did they wait till you get run down? Okay, you can still rebuild it right there. I feel that the mayor is not being transparent. I feel that their reason to move this school is not genuine. That is more about business and politics. And if they move it, have anyone ever asked what are they planning to build there? It will be one of them gentrification, tall buildings, luxurious, and blah, blah, blah. Leave the school in that community. Okay. It affects black and brown kids. Yep. It would affect them, and as Councillor Ed said, okay, I have been many times trying to go just right around there, look at Longwood Medical, just to go to Faulkner Hospital. It took me sometimes almost an hour and a half, okay, to the point my doctor canceled my appointment. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Casey.
So it is a difficult situation. They should leave the school there, rebuild it there. There's enough space there. If you want to build state of the act of whatever, build it tall, right? Right there. Build it up. If you have to build it up, get enough space there, but don't regentrify the students that are from that community.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Casey.
Think about the effect it will have on them. West Roxbury is racially hostile.
Okay, Ms. Casey, thank you. I'm so sorry to cut you off, but I do want to be mindful of the time, and I think that this is the hardest part of chairing a hearing, especially when there's so many important things to allow community to say. And so I am going to have to keep things moving. And because those who are on Zoom, you can't hear me. I don't know if you can hear this, I don't know, but I'm gonna start doing that so that we can keep on time, because at least the people here can see my nonverbals and full display here. So I'm gonna move on to the chamber. We have Nora, Liza, Kaden, Emmanuel, Mikhail, and Krista up next. So Nora, you have 2 minutes, okay?
Hi, good evening. My name is Nora Paul Schultz. I'm a physics and engineering teacher at the O'Brien. I was lucky enough to have Mauricio in my physics class many years ago. And I will say, this is not the best read. We're a 7:25 school, and my lunch was at 10:20. I'm also a resident of Jamaica Plain. I love the O'Brien. I love the charismatic, thoughtful, nerdy students I get to teach each day. This decision by the district to move our school almost 6 months ago has been heart-wrenching. It has been full of false choices presented to us as a way of dividing us. They tell us we have to choose between the promise of a state-of-the-art STEM building far away on the border with Dedham, or maintaining the status quo of our deteriorating buildings in the heart of the city. They also tell us that it's not possible for both Madison and the O'Brien to stay on Malcolm X Boulevard. These choices aren't real. We can have both, and we deserve both. We all care about what is best for our students, but the district has tried to divide us so that we cannot fight for what our students and we deserve. Many of the things and more that we need, such as lab space and our own classrooms, having to move lab equipment down the hall during passing time is hard. Setting up labs without having another with multiple classes is hard. Having space for engineering projects and a lab enough space that can have multiple classes going on is hard. And they've promised that for us at West Roxbury, but the question remains, who is this promised building really for? One of the things I love about O'Brien is how diverse it is. Students come from all parts of Boston. 10% of our students are from East Boston, which is so far from West Roxbury, especially on public transportations. And so I worry about the families that will leave. How many families of color from all over Boston will decide to send their students elsewhere when they realize how long the commute is. So please join us in giving us what our students deserve. Please come to school committee, tell them that we need to go back to the drawing board and think creatively about a new design in our current space. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora. Yes. All right, guys, we're gonna go on to Liza, then Kaden, and then Emmanuel, and then Mikhail.
Good evening, I'm Lisa Kagwa McAllister. I'm an OB parent of an 8th grader and a resident of Rosendale. In the time I've spent talking to parents at our school, the overwhelming majority of them oppose this move proposal. It's not that they don't want improved buildings for the O'Brien, of course we all want that. The problem is that the proposed location in West Roxbury would likely destroy what makes the school so special, that it's an excellent city-wide school that is actually representative of our city. A move would result in inaccessibility for both students and parents, would create racial inequity, would increase transportation issues and costs, and would hurt school partnerships. You've heard all that tonight. But there are a few parents who would like to see the proposal move forward. In my conversations, I've noticed that there are two common reasons. One, for some parents, they don't see a personal cost to the move. They might live in West Roxbury, or they might have the flexibility of a salary job and a car, which would accommodate the trek to West Roxbury. For them, the move is beneficial, or no big deal. For other pro-rec families, for whom moving to school would be a problem, the reason for supporting the proposal is basically, if we don't get this, we don't get anything. OB has been waiting for building for years, and this might be our only chance to improve our building. I hope you're as disturbed as I am by both these reasons. Hopelessness and resignation should not be the basis for moving forward a proposal, and neither should the perspective be a perspective that only cares for one's own more socially secure and economically secure family. I wear another hat beyond parent at O'Brien, and that is as one of the O'Brien Parent Council co-chairs. While I'm not speaking for the council or for OB parents generally, you've already heard why we don't know what parents think. My role has given me a glimpse of how BPS, intentionally or not, places systemic barriers against parent and community engagement with this proposal. BPS prohibited the school from sending out notices about this hearing to all families. The school was prohibited from sharing parents' emails so parent council could send the information directly. Meanwhile, BPS is freely communicating with any and all families or students to continue to promote the proposed agenda of moving the school. Just this week, students are being pulled into meetings with architects with no notice to parents or the school site council. To understand how disrespectful and bullying this is, you have to only consider what BPS would consider appropriate if they were to do something with another exam school, Boston Latin School. Imagine the district proposing that BLS move to East Boston. Of course, the district would never consider moving BLS to East Boston because, one, it's a terrible idea for a citywide school, and two, you know the entire Boston Latin School Association would mobilize immediately and shut it down. Well, we may not have a 200-year-old advocacy arm like BLS does, but the district should still afford the O'Brien community the same respect. Stop bullying us and engage our community with integrity and respect.
Okay. All righty then. Let's move on. We got Caden. I hope I said it right. Okay. All right. We're going to move on to Emmanuel. We're losing them. Let me hurry up. Okay. We have Mikhail. Did I say that right? You correct me, please.
Yes, Mako.
Mako.
I think, yes. Great. I'll make my comment shorter. My name is Mako Nagasawa. My wife and I have lived in Dorchester for 23 years. We're parents of 3 children, and we were glad to send our 2 biological kids to BPS schools until they graduated from Boston Latin. And our youngest, who is our foster daughter, hopes to go to the John D. O'Brien next year. This Saturday, she takes the MAP test. So I'm an engineer. First, I just wanted to speak out strongly against moving the O'Brien to West Roxbury. I'm an engineer by training, and as I listen to the transportation questions, I still can't figure out how they arrive at 40 minutes. I think I really resonate with the risk management side of things. If a child does not get up on time, misses the bus or the shuttle by 5 minutes, what's the option? Google Maps tells me to get by public transportation from East Boston to West Roxbury at 6:05 a.m. It does take 90 minutes. And that's if everything goes well, right? Because there are no train lines past the Forest Hill stop. VFW Parkway has no bus lines on it. That leaves Center Street and Washington Street. So the majority of the O'Briens, 1,400 students, will be on buses. And I thought I heard them say they want to increase the capacity to 2,000. So they'll be on buses on 2 major roads. What could go wrong? One long car accident could really mess things up. Meanwhile, families in West Roxbury and Roslindale will get the shortest commute time. I don't understand how that spreads the burden of commuting fairly. Second, my foster daughter is Black, and I think it's really important for her to not only be exposed to the universities and the science opportunities around the O'Brien, but also the Black history as she goes to school. I think it's important for all students, regardless of their ethnic background, to see Nubian Square, the murals, the churches on Warren Street, the Islamic Center, Roxbury Community College. I moved from the California Bay Area to Boston in order to learn from the Black community here. I'm involved in education in a different way, and there is a richness to the history that we see in Roxbury that is an educator's dream. And third, speaking of educators, John D. O'Brien was a Black educator whose legacy and namesake school should be in the place where kids and their families, especially kids of color, would find it easiest to access. Please do not move the school.
That's right.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you. And because we had 2 people who were absent in the chamber, I'm going to add 2 more people to the list before I move on to Zoom. So after Krista, we're going to hear from Thomas and Ayana. So Krista, good to see you.
Hi, my name is Krista Magnuson. I'm the parent of an O'Brien 8th grader. I also have a child in 6th grade. Anchi Moreno from the mayor's office claims that most O'Brien parents are, quote, not against a move. And like Aparna said earlier, we're not sure what parents she's talking to. The proposal to move our school to a remote location with limited transportation options already has many parents thinking of transferring their younger middle schoolers. Ms. Amina Zakir's son is a recent alum of the O'Brien, but her twins are still in 9th grade. She's worried that if the school moves to Westy, her students will be coming home late to East Boston after sports practices and sacrificing their time for homework and sleep. Mr. Tuan Yen's older daughter is a senior at OB, but his younger daughter is a 7th grader. He's concerned about what time she's going to have to leave in the morning to get from Dorchester to West Roxbury. Ms. LaVon Bishop has an 11th grader at OB and really wants her 2nd grader to end up there too, but not if the O'Brien moves to West Roxbury. My own 6th grader had thought that he would try to follow his brother to the OB, but is now wondering if he wouldn't just be happier trying to go someplace more accessible. More than 1,600 people have signed a petition advocating that the O'Brien not move to West Roxbury. But again, as Aparna so ably pointed out earlier, there is really no way to know for sure how parents feel about this because they have not been asked. When the mayor and superintendent announced this proposal in June, they gave no advance notice to O'Brien families. Parents were not surveyed. The co-chairs of the Parents' Council were blindsided. And since then, there's been the one community meeting that we all heard about and those tours of the West Roxbury complex. There's been very little communication to families in English and certainly not in any other language, even though Mary pointed out that English is not the first language for half of our O'Brien students. This City Council hearing is the first time when proponents and critics of the proposal have been able to meaningfully present any findings. And yet, BPS failed to directly inform families about the event, and despite us trying to schedule it around Superintendent Skipper's schedule, she is not here tonight to answer questions or engage. It does not give the impression that the mayor of the district cares at all about engaging parents and families. The district needs to send home a paper ballot, if that's what it takes, to O'Brien parents in English, Spanish, Mandarin, Cape Verdean Creole, Vietnamese, Haitian Creole, and Somali, asking them for what neighborhood do they live in? Do they want to move the school? And of the 3 options that were outlined earlier, which works the best for them? And whether they would be more or less likely to send a younger child to the OB if the OB were to move. We've been hearing for years that BPS values family engagement and is working to improve their practices in this area. I would like to see it.
Yes, thank you. All right, Thomas, followed by Ayana. Thomas, you have 2 minutes.
Right.
Thank you so much for being here and for your patience.
Good evening. My name is Tamás Juhász. I'm a chemistry teacher at O'Brien, commuting using the Orange Line and the bike. And I know that pretty much everything I will say here has been said many times, but I will add to the voices. So firstly, the proposed use of shuttles to transport students to this remote location is far from equitable. Many students would be forced to endure commutes for way over an hour each way, significantly impacting their daily lives and education. How many students from the other end of the city would be willing to put up with this torturous commute? In addition, the commute not only contradicts the administration's stated support for public transportation, but also hinders students from participating in after-school activities, tutoring, and other opportunities at partner institutions that enrich their education. Additionally, allocating resources for buses to transport 2,000 students to the city's outskirts would incur considerable continuous expenses, diverting crucial funds from the educational needs of all BPS students. The proposed move also risks the loss of many teachers and staff due to increased commuting time. This could drastically alter the faculty at O'Brien, impacting the quality of education and school culture. Lastly, I am offended by the lack of genuine stakeholder consultation. Those of us who would be most affected by this move, parents, students, and staff, have been completely ignored when this plan was developed. At the West Roxbury location, O'Brien would exist in name only, as the relocation would fundamentally alter both the student body and the faculty, changing the essence of the school. If I may add to this, it's not in here, but I went to an exam school, obviously in another country. That school was great not because it was in a great school. It was a 150-year-old building with no updates over those 150 years. It was great because of the faculty, because of the students, and because of the location, right in the center of the city, next to universities. Moving this school over to West Roxbury would destroy all of this. So I urge the Boston city councilors to push for an alternative to this proposal, perhaps redeveloping the current site of O'Brien and Madison to continue to serve both schools. I advocate for a thoughtful approach that genuinely considers the O'Brien community's needs and voices. Thank you for considering my perspective.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, that's great. And you did it within the 2 minutes time. Okay, you get an A+ for that. So Ayana, are you here? No, okay, so Ayana's out. So I'll go to the next person here. Edilyn Rosa. Okay, and then I'm going to ask Chris to, if you're here, to come on down, and then I'm going to go to the Zoom. Dale.
All right, good evening. My name is Edinade Rosa, class of 2008. I believe what I'm about to express here is what many have already expressed, but it doesn't hurt to reiterate our concerns. So today I wish to express my concerns regarding the proposed relocation of the O'Brien to West Roxbury. Before delving into that, it is essential to highlight a significant issue that has been at the forefront of community discussions, and that is the lack of transparency and community involvement in the decision-making process leading to the selection of West Roxbury as the potential location. I have been part of several of the meetings that the steering committee did, and during that meeting I voiced my concerns in regards to a lack of transparencies. There were question asks and they promised they would send follow-up notes. We've never received any of that, and so I think that is a trend that this administration is perpetuating in regards to this process. So I'd like to shed light on the potential challenges that the relocation possesses, particularly regarding the impact on our diverse student body and the unique sense of community that defines the O'Brien. The decision to relocate our school should be scrutinized through the lens of racial equity, ensuring that it does not inadvertently widen existing gaps or create new barriers for our students. Access to after-school programs and valuable partnerships with surrounding colleges has been a cornerstone of the O'Brien experience, and I can attest to this because I was a product of that. These programs provide essential opportunities for growth and development. Moving our school will likely eliminate access to these programs. The proposed relocation also brings with it a handful of transportation challenges, creating barriers that disproportionately affect our students. While there is mention of city-funded buses to address these concerns, the reliability and consistency of such services will be susceptible to changes in administrations and potential budget cuts. Furthermore, the proposed relocation will limit parent participation in school activities. The increased distance and transportation challenges to the new location will discourage active involvement from parents, impacting the overall support system for our students. History has shown us that school relocations, more often than not, lead to demographic shifts. This shift will not only alter the face of our school, but also impact its culture and dynamics. We must recognize the potential consequences of such transformation and strive to maintain the diversity that makes our community strong. I urge all those who hold decision-making power to reconsider this plan. Our community thrives on the diversity that the O'Brien High School brings, and its relocation jeopardizes the very fabric that makes our school special. By thoroughly evaluating the alternative the alternative plans discussed here today, we can ensure that our school remains a beacon of opportunity for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right, so we're going to go next to Chris, and then we're going to move on to the Zoom room with Jakira Rogers and Javon Ukudale up next. So we're going to go to Chris.
Is this me here?
Yes.
Oh, hey. So I am going to make news tonight. Are you ready? This is going to be news.
Hold on.
Okay. The city of Boston is going to host the Olympics. Do you guys remember when we were going to host the Olympics and how ridiculous that was? The Boston public transit system doesn't work for adults in places that the T serves. It's crumbling. It's absurd. And I just want to say, all you guys, man, we have like engineers, all these city council people, great research, my awesome daughter, but you're making these arguments and you're all correct, all right? Everybody's right, but your arguments are pointless, and I'm going to tell you why they're pointless. This is not an educational decision. It is a political decision. The transportation, everybody knows it's ridiculous to move the school in West Roxbury. This is a political decision so that the mayor, who I voted for, so that the mayor can curry favor with a segment of the electorate that she is not popular with. That's all it's about. So all of this hard work, all these very intelligent, well-meaning, and earnest people, it's a waste of time. You need to make people pay politically, and when you do that, it's not even November, it's September. Those margins and those, as you all know, are very small in those primaries. And if we all here decide we're going to go vote, and we're going to vote against every single person that voted against it, you will lose. You're going to have a bad September, and you're going to remember it. And I want everybody that's online right now, everybody that's here, I want you to all commit, even if you like the politician. If they're against it, show up at that primary in September and vote them out. Forget about all the arguments, because you're right, and we won on that. It's not even close. It's a political thing. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Steve and I got to clap on that one. All these politicians up in here. Okay, I'm just teasing. I listen. That's why I run the way that I do. I'm unbossed. All right, so let's go. I'm teasing. Jakira. I keep forgetting that I am. Let's go, Jakira Rogers. You are on deck.
Thank you. My name is Jakira Rogers, and I work with Massachusetts Advocates for Children. I'm a program director for MAC's Racial Equity and Access Program, which exclusively focuses on Boston Public Schools. Additionally, I'm here on behalf of Citizens for Public Schools Board of Directors. I am here today to amplify the concerns that continue to be raised by those directly impacted by the decisions made by BPS and the City of Boston. A unilateral decision to move the O'Brien from its diverse and accessible neighborhood to a predominantly white and inaccessible location without community poses serious racial equity concerns. Those who have decision-making authority must think strategically about how to center the perspectives and realities of those who are impacted by their decisions. Furthermore, decision makers must create opportunities for input, engagement, collaboration, and reflection. Undercover decision-making without the perspectives of those directly impacted reinforces siloed decision-making, exclusionary practices, disregards community engagement and collaboration, and places BPS and the City of Boston at the top of the decision-making hierarchy. O'Brien is not O'Brien without Roxbury. The O'Brien is an asset and resource to the Roxbury community and provides the opportunity for Black and Brown families to access an exam school in their community. Proposing to strip a community of one of its valuable assets is unacceptable. Who will the O'Brien serve if moved to the rec? Access continues to be a major concern within this proposed move. A new transportation operation will not encourage students or families to consider the O'Brien if moved to an inaccessible location. A location change should never serve as a deterrent. Students deserve access to an exam school in a neighborhood familiar and close to them. They also deserve a say. Students, parents and guardians, educators, and community members have a right to inform the process that impacts educational access in their community. The district cannot move forward without community, an equitable decision-making process, transparency, and accountability. Moving the O'Brien to the rec without community input is reckless decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you, Jakira. All right, so in the spirit of making sure that we're taking care of everyone and our elders in particular, I'm going to ask Siddiqui. I'm going to do things a little bit different. I'm going to go a little bit out of order. Siddiqui, you now have the floor, and you've been patiently waiting, and I want to just make sure that you can.
Thank you, Counselor.
Yeah. That was your counselor. Right here, your district counselor advocating on your behalf. So thank her. Not me.
Okay, well, I'm thinking back both of you. I'm glad to know she's advocating for me because I need
She
that
was
kind of
fighting for
support. But I'm here to actually make an announcement and put the mayor on notice in regards to this issue around
Yeah, we want to hear this announcement. Hold on.
that there's more to this. Well, first of all, let me just, our community, the Roxbury community, we consider the O'Brien to be ours, number one. We feel like we're being violated. And folks underestimate the fact that there's an emotional attachment to that name based on the fact of what John was about. And folks underestimate that. Now, the bottom line is that what is being put out here is that, we got to move the school because of the fact that based on its location, we can't accommodate what the future plans are, including the large number of students that we intend to add on to what are already there. And so essentially, I've spoken to a nationally renowned architect. I don't know how many folks have heard of David Lee, but if you talk about RCC and Ruggles Station, I mean, that speaks for itself in terms, it was, Stullen Lee, when Mr. Stull passed away. Anyhow, I had a conversation with Mr. Lee and talked about the location. And I said, well, based on the way things are constituted right now, can you come up with an architectural design that would accommodate what they say is deficient in that location right now? Because they're saying that's the reason why we want to move it. And so Mr. Lee didn't say, I'll get back to you, Sadiqi. He said, absolutely. He said, just let me know what it takes. So what's being said right here is that we're going to meet with the mayor. We're not requesting a meeting with her, and she's going to have to make a decision in terms of whether or not she's going to continue to disrespect the black community. So we themed it like everybody hears about Deion Sanders, a football fan. We're saying we're coming, and we want to meet with her. Mr. Lee said he's willing to participate, and so what we're going to be calling on is for the mayor to support whatever it takes in terms of funding or whatever for this architectural design to be done by Mr. Lee, and just to say, look here, we don't want to hear anything more about this is the reason why we got to leave. You've got another proposal here. Support this proposal, and let's keep the John D. O'Brien where it's located. And let me just say this, that our organization, the Black Community Information Center, I'm the chair of the Nubian Square Coalition. We led the effort for the former New Dudley Street to be Malcolm X Boulevard, a lot of different changes, right? But we have claimed and named that block the education component, if you will, corridor. And we got RCC, and I heard the council talking about, we got RCC, Madison Park, also the O'Brien, and the incoming Franklin Cummins, and they're communicating with each other. Right. They're communicating with each other in terms of the future of the education corridor. So we are intending to meet with the mayor, and we want her to be able to tell us we're still not going to allow you to keep it there when we're going to have a proposal that says it can stay right there.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The next person on the list on the Zoom is Javon, and then we're going to come back into the chamber followed by Ben, Suleika, David, and somebody who signs like a doctor, I believe is John. I can't tell. John Mudd. John, you're going to be up next. All right, so let's go to Javon, and then we're going to go to John Mudd. That's you, John. I was teasing you. You're going to come next after Javon online, just because I want to be mindful of time, too. Javon, you now have 2 minutes.
Okay. My name is Javon Okundai, and I'm the Racial Equity and Access Program Assistant at Massachusetts Advocates for Children. I am a Black autistic young man who once attended a Boston public school and graduated from a Boston charter school. I am testifying against the proposed plan to move the O'Brien School from Roxbury to West Roxbury. Moving the O'Brien from a predominantly black neighborhood to a predominantly white neighborhood is a racial equity issue. The O'Brien is the most racially diverse exam school in Boston, and moving it farther from where black and brown families live will make it harder for black and brown students to attend the school. Additionally, West Roxbury is a less accessible part of Boston. Even with BPS's proposed shuttle bus system, many students will be faced with longer commutes. Also, if students miss the shuttle bus, then they may not have any other way of getting to school. This means that students who miss the shuttle bus will likely not make it to school and miss out on precious hours of learning, instruction, and services. In conclusion, the proposed inequitable move will discourage black and brown students from applying to and ultimately attending the O'Brien, so I strongly urge BPS to reconsider its plan to move the O'Brien from Roxbury to West Roxbury. Black and brown students deserve access to an exam school in their community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to move things a little bit around just in the interest of making sure that John Mudd, I'm going to ask you to go, and then Ben, and then Suleika, and then David. So John, my favorite friends.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for hearing me. And, I'm a longtime education advocate in Boston. I wish I had more to show for it in terms of its impact on the Boston public schools. I don't have more to add on the specifics of the O'Brien, but I wanted to point out three broader implications of the failures of the system to handle this well. One, many of us have argued for a long time that you should not be considering these individual proposals in isolation. They need to be part of, considered as part of a master facilities plan. The city and the school committee have said they're going to produce a master facilities plan by December 31, and they're not going to do it. What we're going to get is this long-term facilities plan that has education specifications, a rubric, but not a real plan against which we can judge all these individual proposals. Second implication. We have seen the lack of community participation in a real way in this sort of disastrous proposal. They are, if you look at the long-term facilities plan, they are in fact institutionalizing the failure of this, of their inability to authentically engage communities. They are just going to come back again, instead of with individual projects, with a short list of projects. Individual projects to be judged without the context of a master facilities plan. That is just perpetuating the failures of any kind of genuine and respectful engagement of parents and families and stakeholders in communities. Thirdly, many of you know I was part of the ELL task force. I was one of the 8 members that resigned, actually 9 totally. And we resigned because BPS was, under this current student assignment and facilities plan, BPS was supposed to look at where they were going to create programs for English learners that provided some access to native language and for special education students. What they are now proposing is to dump all of those students into general education classes with just ESL support. So for those of us who believe that the best way for English learners and English learners with disabilities to learn is to provide access to a language they can understand, so maybe they could have a chance to learn. This will deny them that. It has a 90% failure rate in their current approach. They will perpetuate that. We can't allow it, and I hope we can count on you here who have stayed in this chamber to help us support to block the implementation of this plan. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, John. And I will say, as a previous ELL task force member, had I still been appointed to that, I would have walked away and out alongside y'all. Let's keep it moving. Next to Ben, Suleika, David, and then Krista. And I'm gonna actually add Carmelino Howell to this list so that we can finish this list, y'all, and then go back to Zoom. All right, Ben. Okay, Suleika.
Hello. Thank you. Good evening, respected council members, educators, parents, students, and advocates. My name is Suleika Soto, and I am here today as a representative of Beja, but I am also a BPS alumni. I'm a BPS parent, I'm a BPS advocate, and I advocate not only for myself, but for all the parents that can't be the louder voices in the room, you know, how BPS would consider me. And I just say that to say about the loudest voices in the room because they have clearly stated that decisions would not be based on the loudest voices in the room, meaning us, the people that come out and are able to, you know, talk on behalf of not only ourselves, but the rest of the communities that need, you know, their voices to be uplifted. So I am here to address a critical lapse in Boston Public Schools system of decision-making processes, particularly highlighting the recent decision with the O'Brien School as a glaring example of this issue. I have been advocating in the past against decisions that were made by surprise for the Blackstone School, for the Sumner, for the Mendel, the historical decisions that keep on leaving our communities out and that keep on, you know, dropping on us by surprise. A fundamental concern, like I said, is the current administration's failure to proactively include community voices in decision making. Decision made without prior meaningful engagement with the community not only undermine trust, but also risk the efficacy of outcomes. Our call is simple yet profound. Include us before making the decisions that affect our children's education. The recent developments regarding the O'Brien School of Math and Science serve as a prime example of this failure. The decision made without adequate prior consultation with the community exemplifies the consequences of excluding those most impacted. This goes directly against the values we upheld when fighting to keep BPS out of state receivership and out of control, where our goal was to ensure local, community-driven decision-making. Our past advocacy to prevent state receivership of BPS was grounded in the belief that local control would more accurately reflect and respond to the needs of our community. The current trajectory, however, is in complete opposition to this path. Neglecting the voices of those it is meant to serve, and neglecting the systemic improvement plan that the Mayor Wu and school committee and Mary Skipper signed, it is disheartening to see the principles we fought for being overlooked in these recent decisions. We demand immediate shift towards a more inclusive and transparent decision-making framework in BPS that includes a master facilities plan, not exactly a rubric where you're telling us when you've already made the decision and why it is justified, but actually including us prior. So revisiting those decisions, including the O'Brien School and the Green New Deal initiatives, and ensuring that they are made with full community participation before. We also insist on the development of a long-term 10-year comprehensive facilities plan, as pointed out in the student improvement plan, and also utilizing the racial equity tool to guide these decisions, which I didn't hear none of the panel mention today. And I just also wanted to mention that it's clear to me in hearing Superintendent Skipper sent remarks that she is not thinking about parents, because I don't think I heard a parent in that list, in those remarks. So I would just ask you to look at that again, because parents are missing out of those remarks there. So thank you. And sorry I took longer.
It's okay. You waited long enough. I think it's only fair that you took extra time. But don't everybody else try to do that, okay? Sorry. Okay, we're gonna go next to David. If you're in the chamber, please come on down, followed by Carmelo, and then I'm gonna go to the Zoom. No? Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna take somebody else here that's in the chamber, just because I know it is late. I'm gonna go next to Ruby, then, Ruby, I know you're in the, here. Jamie and Noel?
One of the kids probably.
Okay, yeah. All right, Ruby.
I have just a bunch of chicken scratch that I've been writing, and I just really want to say that this is a Mayor Wu proposal. This was like her idea, her proposal, and it really didn't come from a place of community engagement. I think what I heard from the BPS panel and the city panel is that, first of all, there was 2 city folk and there was only 1 BPS person. So I think that's very telling. And the other piece is that the 2 city people who came and talked about going to the rec and doing community engagement about the proposal itself versus really thinking about what is actually needed for school buildings and for Boston that's changing. John Mudd, I think, talked a little bit about like this master facilities plan that many of us have been advocating for. What we did receive instead was a proposal for a rubric, which does not meet the state's request and contract with BPS and with the city around the systemic improvement plan. The O'Brien community has been specifically left out of that rubric. They will not use the rubric to make the decision on the O'Brien. So this decision has been systematically left out of any form of community engagement whatsoever. This hearing today was brought forth by parents and educators. They asked for it. It was not part of a community engagement plan, as Dion Irish said. And I really think the remedial concept of even just listening shouldn't be what we consider a standard for leadership in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruby. Thank you. I'm gonna go, I don't think that Janelle Noel is here. It says Dara Barboza on behalf of Valerie Copeland. And then followed by Soraya on behalf of Lisa Jean Graff. And then we're going to be done with the people who have been so patiently waiting, and then we're going to go to Zoom.
So good evening, members of the City Council. My name is actually Geronzi Harris. I live in Dorchester, and I'm reading this testimony on behalf of Valerie Copeland. Good evening. Although Roxbury has suffered great population loss and current history, it still is a neighborhood that's predominantly Black. West Roxbury continues to be a neighborhood that's 70 to 75% white. I am Boston bred. I went to school during busing, and I was bused from Mattapan to West Roxbury. It was not fun. Boston, although it celebrates diversity, is still one of the most racially segregated cities in this country. And to take children from an environment that is familiar and comfortable, where they can walk and get a samosa in a neighborhood with a street that's called Malcolm X Boulevard, that has paintings and murals that reflect who they are, and put them into West Roxbury, which is a very cold and stale environment. That's how I experienced it. It's not fair to them. Can we have excellence in Roxbury? Can we have something in our community that reflects the greatness of what O'Brien was about, making sure that Black children, children of color, and children who were traditionally disadvantaged would have access to excellence in their community, an environment that was affirming for them? We know that all the research shows that it's not just about science and mathematics, but it is about environment. It also is about being in an environment that reflects who you are and reflects back to you that you are great. And so my concern of them going to West Roxbury is that I remember missing the school bus and having to navigate my way on the T in West Roxbury. It was not a good experience. We had a young woman who said that her family or people in her community didn't want her going to Roxbury because it was dangerous. Do we really want to send our children to a place where people consider them dangerous? Let's keep them in their community where they can be affirmed and they can be in an environment that reflects the excellence that John D. O'Brien wanted for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Who is going to be speaking on behalf of Lisa Jean Graff? Okay.
Good evening, counselors. Thank you for being here. My name is Saranya, and I live in Dorchester, and I'm reading this testimony on behalf of Lisa Jean Graff. I'm a BPS parent and a self-identified autistic person. With this background, I have a number of concerns about the proposed move of the O'Brien to West Roxbury. My first concern is about moving a school with deep community connections to Roxbury and access to strong partnerships to a location without those critical relationships. My second concern is transportation. Seriously increasing travel times for students of color and students with disabilities is inequitable. Also, longer travel times increase pollution, which goes against a primary goal of the Green New Deal for Boston Public Schools, which is to reduce carbon emissions. My third concern is around the paternalistic attitude of BPS towards the O'Brien community. Instead of being responsive to this community's clear preference to keep their school in a central location, the district keeps selling a location that was not asked for or wanted. On a related note, the district has been trying to get community buy-in for a rubric for the district to use to make school facility decisions. A wise way to test the rubric would be to use it on the O'Brien. If the rubric still points towards a move to West Roxbury, then the rubric does not adequately incorporate community voice. Moving forward, I hope to see the district offer facilities upgrades and improvements that are welcome and include out-of-the-box responsive solutions. This could include a new building in Roxbury for the O'Brien. This building could include healthy HVAC systems and sensory comfortable spaces, including no fluorescent lights. There could even be green space on roofs for exercise and sports. Instead of a rubric restricting options, communities could partner with the district to design spaces that are responsive to student needs and dreams, including better use of smaller buildings. Thank you for listening and considering more creative and responsive facility solutions for the O'Brien in all school districts. Thank you.
All right. So we're going to go, I think we're done here. Inside the chamber, so we're gonna go into the Zoom. We have lined up, just so that everyone gets ready, Stacy Kramer, Mike Hitchman, Reba Needing. Rabia. So I'm gonna go with my Latino accent, I'm gonna go all out with it. Okay. Stacy, followed by Mike, followed by Rabia. And thank you everyone for your patience. We'll be here until 12. Just joking. All right, let's go. The people on Zoom, you've been at home. Come on now. Let's go.
What?
Stacy,
Okay.
Mike, and Rabia.
Okay, so
We find out, Stacy, you forgot about us. Okay, you got 2 minutes.
Okay. So thank you so much for letting me speak, and good evening. And my name is Stacy Kramer, and I am the mother of an O'Brien 10th grader. He's been at O'Brien since he was in 7th grade, and we love the OBs. Like, there's no question. It's ridiculously amazing, and I just think this is so shameful that we're even having this discussion, because it's absurd and ridiculous, and we all know it. But it's like phenomenal that we're even doing this, because, like, really, the problem, I guess, that I wanted to focus on is accessibility. So everything that we're talking about the shuttle buses and everything. It's ridiculous to think that shuttle buses will take care of things, because right now, O'Brien itself is a hub. Like, there are like a dozen buses that go by. One stops right in front of it. 2 T stops near the transit rapid thing. It's everything. We don't need that. But what we're going to be doing is we're going to take away kids' access to school. I totally don't think that there will be I don't think there'll be tardiness. I think it will wipe out tardiness. I think the kids just won't go. They can't get to school. If they're late, they just can't get there. The only kids who will be late if they live in West Roxbury and they walk to school. But other than that, kids will just not go. And I think it also may lead to students dropping out because it's so upsetting to realize that you can't go to the opportunities that you used to. And you don't have access to these partnerships, and you can't have a program with MIT and Harvard and Northeastern and Brigham and Women's and Mass General, like all of these things and labs, they're gone because there isn't enough time. You don't have access because you can't get there in time. You can't get home in time. Like the whole thing will just be ridiculous. And I'm ashamed of Boston for doing this. And I mean, I'm proud that we are speaking out, but I can't believe it got this far. Thank you. And that's what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Thank you so very much. I'm going to move on now to Mike, then Rabia, then followed by Sheila. Mike, hopefully you're still with us.
Mike Eichmann, Dorchester, Boston Education Justice Alliance. For years, we've been promised a master's facility plan. In June 2022, Mayor Wu and our previous superintendent, Dr. Casilius, signed an agreement with DESE promising this plan by the end of this year. What was released was called, but is not a master's facilities plan. It is a rubric, a process that would assist the making of future decisions. Another broken promise. Even some school committee members expressed being upset at their last meeting. We already have a racial equity tool. Since Ms. Skipper became our leader, she has not mentioned its usage even once. Why hasn't this tool been used for the current Wu Skipper O'Brien proposal? On page 14 of the so-called Master's Facility Plan, excellent questions entitled, "How does the rubric work?" are asked, including, who does not have access to the high-quality student experience? Where there are too few seats close to students and families? Understanding impacts, who is provided with access? Were impacts equitable? The answer to these questions are crystal clear. Moving the O'Brien from the heart of the African American communities to the edge of the city in white West Roxbury benefits white families at the expense of black and brown families, and there will be 400 additional seats, mostly for white children. Why is the Wu Skipper O'Brien proposal exempt from the racial equity tool in the new rubric? This racist proposal is intentional. It's racist, shameful, pitiful. Shame on Mayor Wu. Shame on Superintendent Skipper. And shame on us if we don't bury this racist, intentional, shameful, pitiful proposal. Thank you so much, City Council, for a wonderful, great public hearing. Thank you for listening to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Going out with a bang here. Mike. All right, so we're going to go to Rabia and then Sheila and then Jonathan. Is Rabia still here? Do we need to ask her to get promoted to a panelist? And Sheila and Jonathan, if it's possible for us to get them queued up. Rabia, si tú, and I'm going to make all types of assumption here. She's not here. I know, because Rabia in Spanish is rage.
Yeah, I think she's...
Okay, all right, so Sheila, Jonathan, Sarah, Keisha, Samuel, Miranda, and Grace. Let them all in.
I'm here, I don't know.
Okay, Sheila, let's go. You got 2 minutes, my love. Thank you for your patience.
Sheila Decker. The video disappeared. Okay, got it again.
There we go.
My name is Sheila Decker. I moved to Mattapan in 1964. For almost 40 years, beginning with Mel King's efforts to become a member of the elected Boston School Committee, I've worked with civil rights organizations that have worked for desegregation and equity. Members of one of those organizations I led, the American Jewish Congress, submitted an important amicus brief supporting integration in the 1974 landmark case when a federal judge ordered the integration of the two school systems in Boston, in a case to be known thereafter as the busing decision. This past Sunday's Boston Globe, in its long essay on the Charles Stewart case, created a good reminder of the volatile atmosphere that continued even in 1989. One chapter is titled "The Search for a Black Man Reopens the City's Deep Racial Wounds." Well, I would like to suggest, whatever the intentions were of the mayor and the school superintendent, the decision process on moving the John O'Brien School of Mathematics and Science to West Roxbury is reminiscent of those days. Decisions made to keep West Roxbury parents satisfied with Boston and without consultation with all the different groups of people who live throughout the city. Boston's very distinct neighborhoods, separated by economics, immigrant status, as well as racial identity, prevents most of our students from meeting and growing up with people outside of their own communities, the people that they'll have to interact with when they finish their high school education. The O'Brien is the most diverse exam school, and we've heard several people talk about that tonight. A move of this school to West Roxbury will make it infinitely harder for young people from many parts of the city to attend. The promises of new shuttles to transportation hubs, if they even develop, is unlikely to help students attend full classes or stay for after-school clubs, sports, and academic support. As one person noted in media coverage, it feels a decision for the benefit of white students, and students of color will have longer and more complex commutes. Students from many parts of the city will have to spend an average at least of 75 extra minutes per day on MBTA trains and buses. Unhappily, from my perspective, the context of those old racial wounds continue. It's not hard to see here an administrative expectation that students from economically poorer areas of the city or students of color are less likely to need the educational opportunities of an exam school, or less likely to need the professional community partnerships possible in its current location. In 2023, in the year 2023, such a view is just unacceptable. I urge this committee, which has done, committee of the council, such a fantastic job. I urge a report to the full council, urging a reversal of this plan, and urge consideration of the views of parents, teachers, students, and community partners in exploring alternatives, because all our students have the right to have the opportunity of the O'Brien. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to move on next to, I understand that we only have one more person left via Zoom. We're going to end with Sam Pierce. You now have 2 minutes. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much. I think that as we look at the history of Boston Public Schools, we look at English High School, which used to be in Roxbury, that moved to JP. We look at every great school that's ever been in Roxbury that the district has tried to move for one reason or the other. Even the Roxbury Latin School was moved. And so at this point, I think it is about accountability, accessibility, transparency, and civic engagement, because the city of Boston did not ask the parents, the teachers, or all the students in a transparent way how they would feel and how they could be impacted. I do want to say thank you to the chair for passing the city language access ordinance to improve communication for all residents, which allows people to actually testify at hearings like this. I also want to thank the city councilor from Roxbury for making sure that we do have quality education like the John D. O'Brien School, because as you heard from all of the community testimony today, we want the John D. O'Brien to stay in Roxbury. And so I think what hasn't been said is we have two options. Parcel 3, which is literally vacant land, Now that we have architect Lee from Skull and Lee, I think that would be an excellent opportunity. We also have, I'm sure if we spoke to some of our state representation, we have lots of vacant lots in the RCC complex that we could certainly build a pathway and a dual education plan between Roxbury Community College and the John D. O'Brien. We're talking about one of the 3 exam schools in Boston that they're trying to take away from the community in Roxbury that we definitely cannot allow to happen. And so I thank all of the people who testified today because I am basically singing in the same choir. I think that we've all given testimony to basically confirm that the community wants the John D. O'Brien to stay in Roxbury. Hopefully the mayor will meet with the community. One of our leaders has actually asked for a meeting. I heard Siddiqui, so I want to raise his voice up. And I also want to raise up Madam Chair's voice when she mentioned that we do have 16 members of our delegation, both the elected officials at the state and the city level. I want to raise up what Erin Murphy said as far as being one of 5 counselors. And I would like Councilor Flaherty, before he retires, to also be able to join in conversation since he's one of the 4 counselors. I think that all 13 counselors, I was listening to each one carefully who spoke today, have actually said that they are in favor of keeping the John D. O'Brien in Roxbury. And so all that means is for the people in West Roxbury.
I just want you to know your time was up like a minute ago. Wrap it
Can I
up.
just say something very quickly? So the point is, I also want to uplift the people in West Roxbury because they do deserve to have a campus. There's no high school in West Roxbury. There's no high school in Mattapan. So I don't want that to be lost in translation. So we have an opportunity now to put, since we're talking about a Green New Deal and all this green technology, to build a brand new green high school in the West Roxbury campus that could be separate from the John D. O'Brien. If they want a high school in West Roxbury, let's give them a high school.
Okay, thank you,
But
Sam.
let's give them a different high school. All right, God bless you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Sam. All right, so I want to start with our closing remarks, and I would like to just really thank the community for bringing this to our office and to our attention and to working alongside us to not only ensure that we have a process that we can believe in, but that it was really led by the people. And that's what democracy should be all about. And you all have demonstrated that in the turnout that we saw here tonight, in the amount of voices that were brought into this space. And I just want you all to recognize that the real power always lies with the people, and you have demonstrated that. So, and that you're still here. And I hope that you all are going to get home safe before the transportation system shuts down. But I do want to give my colleagues an opportunity to offer closing remarks in the interest of making sure that we all do get out of here before 12. And I'm going to go first with with the sponsor, with the yep, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all. I won't take long. As a parent, in juggling, I have two sons and have actually fostered over 23 kids, and in a 15-year span. And believe you me, it's a juggle. I had a couple of foster daughters that came from East Boston, or families from East Boston, and lived and attended West Roxbury. And West Roxbury at the time this was about maybe a good 6 years ago or something like that, became sort of the dumping ground for everything that they felt that where kids were mostly high at-risk students. And then they couldn't manage all of those issues and the mental health needs and resources that the families needed. So eventually they found an excuse to close the school. They didn't provide the resources. West Roxbury did not want all of these students coming from El Salvador, Honduras, and just Central America and South America in their area. So this became a big thing. Kids would get jumped. Kids would be out of the bus fighting, kids in West Roxbury. It became a huge problem. So the city of Boston did a horrible job addressing that and then closed down. This was prior to Mayor Wu's becoming a mayor. And now, as a parent, as I was saying, in juggling that, just to have to go to meetings and mental health, sometimes a lot of school-based programs are in schools, and I had to travel all the way to West Roxbury back and forth. Even doing it for my younger sister, I practically raised her, going back and forth to West Roxbury. It's such a hard thing to do without transportation. And as we know it, our home-school partnership is horrible as is. So I think that obviously it's going to worsen the issue. My biggest thing is that people in Roxbury or people in Boston deserve to come to the heart of Boston, which is Roxbury. Roxbury is presenting an opportunity again to bring a lot of biotech and science and opportunities in Nubian Square. We should really take advantage of that. It's too bad that we announced or that we gave up P3 and then announced O'Brien. Not sure if that's a coincidence, but we don't need headquarters, Boston Police Department headquarters in Roxbury. Get rid of that. Tell them to move to West Roxbury. And let's put the O'Brien at the headquarters. Let's get rid of that Boston Police. Why do we need so much policing in Roxbury? Get rid of the police station. Put O'Brien there. P3 will go up. All that life science stuff will go up. It's going to be a beautiful campus. What an amazing opportunity to improve quality of life in Roxbury and for all of the students and families of O'Brien. To my beloved, shout out again to my students. Shout out to Miss Edwards, who I would be remiss if I didn't close out. I know she's still at the O'Brien. She's like the only teacher still at the O'Brien that I had. But Madam Chair, I just wanted to say that I think that we should take it to a resolution and at least put on record to asking our council colleagues to go on record and saying, we don't want this. We've heard from parents and teachers. We should be able to file it by next week and ask to go on record to ask all our council colleagues to support us to say, go on record and say, do not move the O'Brien. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to know for the record that we are actually filing it as a late file, and my chief of staff is working on the late file right now, and Councilor Flynn and Councilor Anderson are joining us in filing this for tomorrow so that we can ask our council colleagues who are so adamant about supporting community voice. This is your opportunity to do that and to go on record in supporting a pause so that we're not moving forward without the voices of the people. So we'll be filing that tomorrow as a late file. All right, so we're going to go next to Councilor Murphy, then Councilor Flynn, I forget the order,
No,
and then Councilor Louisiane.
And thank you for a wonderful hearing.
It's my last one.
Yes. So a couple just comments too. When we talk about wanting to expand the number of exam seats, it's great if there is a need, which I believe there is, but to put that on the back of the O'Brien and then use that as a reason why you need to move because your current space can't fit an expansion that shouldn't be theirs to have to take on is something we have to also push back on. And a quick question, I know that Skipper wrote a letter, but was she formally invited and was anyone else besides?
We invited her, we changed the time and the date, and we tried to do everything.
And was there a reason why she didn't come after? Because I know we've co-sponsored several hearings together where we've made changes and then they still don't show up.
You know, next year all things would be different.
Okay, so I just wanted to know if, I thought that was the case. Also, I'm happy to hear Council President Flynn mention that would be a good idea, and I agree that putting forth as a late file tomorrow, that proposal just to really get that word out there. It's important for people to know that we mean what we're saying. One other thing I would propose that we can talk about after as we share the Education Committee, and maybe Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, you would join. Maybe we, through the Education Committee in these last few days, organize the survey, right? That we put the survey out from the Education Committee on the City Council to the families at the O'Brien in all the languages so that we can get those answers, because we could manage that.
We could do that.
We could do that.
We'll do
They
that.
could do their own, but we could do ours, and we could get ours done sooner.
That's
So that's
right.
just something to put out there we can talk about before tomorrow.
I
Thank
love
you.
this collaborative spirit. We're gonna do our own thing alongside y'all. We'll put out the survey.
Yeah, we don't need to wait.
Flynn, that's why we don't need permission. Flynn, you got now the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Council Fernandez-Anderson for this important discussion. I just wanted to say thank you to my City Council colleagues that were present, to the public for being here so late, for your testimony, for your commitment to this important issue, for your advocacy and your important statements about how important this decision is and what the impact it will have on young people across the city. So I didn't want to say, again, I just want to say thank you to the public for being here. I also wanted to say thank you to our City Council Central staff. And I know, Councilman here, I know you were going to mention them too, but just as the Council President, I just want to acknowledge the central staff, Megan and Ethan, that do a tremendous job, and so many others that may have been here as well. So I just want to say thank you to them and to the property management team and to the City Council Municipal Security Division as well. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. Councilor Louisian.
Thank you to the chairs and thank you to community for showing up and sharing your thoughts and ideas so late into the evening to give us additional perspective on what this move would and could mean to our students and to the OB community and to Roxbury. I also want to thank the administration for coming and the O'Brien family for sharing their thoughts and for the continued work to do here to make sure that our facilities really do reflect and respect the dignity that all of our students deserve throughout the city. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Louisian. And I am so excited that I get to do this work and I get to have an opportunity to really bring in the voices of the people. That's our job, right? And so I'm really encouraged by what we were able to do here tonight. And the good thing about the work is that you don't necessarily need a title to be able to move the work forward. And I hope that you see that your presence here has really influenced even some of my colleagues who came in, not, maybe taking more of a neutral stand, but your voice here really informed Councilor Lara's thinking in terms of really joining in with the community voice. So I just want you to continue to utilize your voice because nothing about us without us is for us. And you've demonstrated your leadership in this space. And I am going to be taking Councilor Murphy and Councilor Anderson's offer to work in collaboration with community so that we can put out a survey on your behalf so that we can get that work and those voices heard. And tomorrow we'll be filing the late file for the resolution. I'm going to say that this hearing is adjourned. Let's go. Beautiful night.